humble. Keep me in your grace, Lord. Alright, so now I want to go over and see if this will play. Page not available. Alright, so I'll play it this way. I'll play it this way. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Never get loud enough so we can come back. Y'all are great. Well, let's get started with a song, I guess. That's the best thing we ought to do. That's one of the few things we know, I guess. All right, if I got time. A few old country boys, yeah, one we recorded together.
Well, I'm going to blow the monetization of this since I never...
Not too many years ago, when dreams weren't coming true, I'd reach for inspiration. Sometimes it would be you. I'd hear you on the radio. I sure didn't like your sound. Say it's good to know there's
still a few old lucky boys around. Out of Carolina.
We wondered what really was home when he rode into town. Say it's good to know there's still a few country boys around.
So that's for Lucky Boy. That's for Lucky Boy. That's for my dog Lucky Boy. Because I'm glad there's still a few lucky boys around. So, I don't mean to look sexy, but kind of looked like me. That's George Jones. I told you. When they asked Johnny Cash who his favorite country singer was, Johnny Cash said, "You mean other than George Jones?" I was thinking about it today. If I could do one thing with these videos and space calls, just cross the divide of red state, blue state, New York City, Texas, because we're all one big country and we're all being screwed by Goldman Sachs. And there, Matt E. I think Matt E's here. I think Matt E's here. I didn't mean that to happen. So there's been a couple of people on, three I think, on Twitter coming after me. And it's not about me, by the way. It really isn't about me. But they're doing it, and if I don't respond, then the answer is, it seems like they're right. So I'm going to try to respond a little here, reserving my right to never respond again, because you got to understand what's going on here. And all the self-righteousness and all the anger that comes out, there are people out there that are fleecing you. You are the sheep. We are the sheep. They fatten you up or fleece you up. let your wool grow, then they strip that off, and then they move you into the other conveyor belt, and they take you into the abattoir. You mean to slaughter our tenants? So you get people, and you're right. People are right to question. People are right to question my motives, anybody's motives, as long as they're truthful and not hurtful about it. But you can slowly you can trust people. But to me right now, I trust the GTI Army. I don't know, 2 or 3 dozen people in the MMTL community that I've grown to know. And I trust Ham. I trust the management and the people that are working hard at GTII. And I trust some CEOs I know. But I don't know if I can trust a new lawyer that comes in, or a new IR guy, or a new what do you call those, drum major that comes in, because there's so much money. There is so much money at risk, and you just don't know who's in to confuse you, confuse me. We're all together. Somebody pointed out to me the other day that I need to make it clear to you all that I own MMTLP, and I do own MMTLP. I own GTII. It's not anybody's business, really, is it? But I own Finger, and I own Logic and Go Logic. And I'm sure I'm missing something else. I'm forgetting something. But, I'm a puny account. I don't compare to what the criminals can do, or probably what many of you own. But it's really nobody's business, I don't think. I don't ask you what you own unless I get to know you and think I can help, with my unique advice. But to be on these calls, you don't have to own any shares. To be on these calls, you don't have to diamond hand the shares. But I think to really make these calls worthwhile, you have to be willing to believe that from the top, Goldman Sachs, Citadel, on downward, there is something wrong with the United States financial markets. And that something is they sell you put up money, I put up money, and they put IOUs in your account. It's fraud. It's securities fraud. And just because Gary Gensler does nothing about it doesn't make it legal. These are the Securities Acts of 1933 and 1934. The laws, securities laws, have been codified for almost 100 years, 90 years. They're there. And just because Goldman Sachs has bought out the regulators and Congress doesn't mean those laws go away. And there's a reason for those laws. It isn't like we're playing Risk or Monopoly. It's because it protects the integrity of the markets. And it protects the willingness of honest people to play in those markets. Yeah, Lucky owns me. So it's my belief that if we don't fix it, the ultimate fix will be that the markets will collapse. And if I had to predict, when the markets collapse, the criminals are not going to get away with it, and the people all the way at the top as well. Why? Because people know what's going on, and will go after their purloined wealth. And anyway, so I just wanted to address a couple of people. I'm going to, at 4 o'clock, we'll get on to this. So 5 minutes of addressing Um, this person, TD Dog at TD Dog something. What is crazy is I am doing some digging. And man, what a great guy. He's doing some digging for you. Just digging around. Digging. Hey, he's a digger. And, you know, most other people don't do any due diligence, but T-Dog he's digging on your behalf. Dig it? What is crazy, I am doing some digging on GTII. Holy crap. What a pump and dump warrant scheme. Do you guys know what pump and dump is? Pump and dump is when you get a group of people to fear of missing out, pour all their money in rational exuberance or other emotions. Like, I'll give you a stock that it happened with. I don't know who the perpetrator was. Maybe it was all just by accident. But COSM, when they came over and destroyed what was going on with GTII, that stock went up massively. And guess what? That's the only company I'm aware of that has taken a large amount of money from you, and the stock ran up, and then they dumped the stock into the market. I don't know if any of the insiders also dumped. I don't know. But there's a lot of offshore money going on there. I don't know. But that's what a pump and dump is. Have you seen, and I'm not saying that anybody necessarily knew that they were participating. I don't know. There's a lot of players there. But the information was wrong. It was fraudulent. The things said about GTII were completely incorrect. But what did it do? It took the pressure off of Fidelity, who was paying 1,000% for stock in GTII. Took the pressure off of Wells Fargo. So you got to wonder who wrote the Book of Love. You've got to wonder, what was it? It wasn't because that was all bogus. It wasn't because doing a reverse split causes a short squeeze. That was a canard. It wasn't because changing a CUSIP is going to cause a short squeeze. Why did it have to happen then? Well, if you're not a conspiratorialist by now, maybe you just are one of those that says there are no coincidences. But that, in effect, regardless of intent, and I don't know which is worse, if someone had the intent to do it, or they didn't even know what they were doing as they were giving advice. I don't know which is worse. And I got caught up in it. A tiny profit or a tiny loss. But because there was no there. That's a pump and dump. And I'm not saying any one of the people that you know and love were part of it. But that's how a pump and dump works. Did on the market. That's why FDR selected Joe Kennedy as the first SEC chairman. They would prime the pump on these stocks. They'd go up in a I don't know what to call it, a orgasmic, emotional, everybody jumping in on it, and then Kennedy and his buddies would get out. That's what, whether it was insiders or it was the so-called bankers or it was other people associated with it, people with accounts in, if they were from Greece, maybe they had accounts in Germany, somebody made money off of that. You didn't. That's a pump and dump. Have you seen that in GTII? I wish I had a better example to show you, but that has not happened in GTII. This guy T-Dog at T-Dog-C, the dumper is his friends, whoever's paying him. Now he could be one of these gypsy, like if you visit Rome or Germany or any major city in Europe, and you're not thinking, all of a sudden you're surrounded by these gypsy boys and girls, pickpockets. He could be one of those pickpockets that pick your pocket all day long, back, shorting, buying back, and they might be these opportunistic pickpockets, but he's a thief. Anyone that aligns themselves with Kurt Kramer, John Hurry, and the criminals on Wall Street. But anyway, he was doing some digging. He was doing digging. And you know what? When a guy digs on your behalf, you need to listen to him. So let's go through it. What is crazy is I am doing some digging on GTII. He's doing it on GTII, not in it. But holy crap, what a pump and dump warrant scheme. I just told you what a warrant pump and dump scheme is, and you were fleeced by that. I'm not saying I know who's responsible, but you were fleeced. And worst of all, it stopped the squeeze in GTII. Holy crap, what a pump and dump warrant scheme. The William Farron YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. My son, the YouTuber, he's drowning. You ever hear that joke? What did the Jewish woman say when she tell the lifeguard when her son was trapped out in the ocean? My son, the lawyer, he's drowning. My son, the YouTuber. All right, the William Farron YouTuber. No, this is me. You don't need to put the in front of it. It's me. My name's out there. This jerk doesn't even put his name out, but he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind lying, making things up. The William Farron YouTuber was able to exercise and sell 11,000 warrants during the 721 run up as he pumped it. This is fraud. This is also fraud. I will admit to you, I wish back when the IR guy, a guy hired by it, and the CEO of COSM came and told us we need to get into COSM. I wish I had sold my stock. I wish I had sold it all when they said get out. You could have gotten out at $4, $5, and $6 for weeks. I wish I had, but I didn't. It's not that it's anybody's business. Then another guy said, This is a sign that they're in trouble, by the way. This is a sign they're in trouble. I don't know who this is. Derivatives Gone Wild. Hides behind a name. A certain account on Twitter pushed GTII for weeks. Well, frankly, one, I'm not pushing it. I'm fighting. I'm in a fight. I'm not pushing it. And two, it's been over 2.5 years, or 2.25, whatever January to now is on top of 2 years. That's how long it's been. Truth is, its utilization was never over 25%. Its cost to borrow went down over the past 2 weeks, and it appeared to be a pump and dump. There's that word again, pump and dump. This isn't pump and dump. The dumping comes from Kurt Kramer. Kurt Kramer dumped. 300, at least 300 million shares. Now you're going to say, oh, it's never that amount. You can't prove it. Well, the fact is there's only one man that could get the proof. Goober, Gary, Gensler. The 3 Gs. And then I went in on puts last week. Puts made cash. Oh, boy, made cash. These guys are just doing this to scare you. There's no puts. I know this is taking a little bit longer than I said it would, but here's T-Dog. I saw that GTII was named in the Alpine legal papers. However, I know there are another 2,000,002 warrants available on GTII. There aren't. There aren't. What does he mean by that? There were warrants issued over 2 years ago as a special dividend that were trapping out the shorts before the Pied Pipers came over and got everyone into COSM. And in the light of the day, you can see what happened. While it was going on, couldn't say anything without getting your head snapped off. Well, I congratulate Cosmo. They got 30 or 40 million out of that, and a lot of people made money up and down in that. But you don't have to look at COSM. You can look at AMC, GME. There's plenty of stocks. Pump and dump. These are words they throw out because the regulators will go, "Oh no, pump and dump." They're the dumpers. They're the dumpers. They already have their short positions. Now they're on trying to scare you so they can cover their short positions. They will, including William, that's me, dump them as soon as possible on 721. We may get a run like 721, but we'll get crushed again with dilution. As far as I know, those warrants have expired. Also, as far as I know, those warrants are still $2.75 strike price. This is all crap. Now, I will say there is dilution in the stock because of acquisitions, but that's a separate subject. I've explained it before, and we can do that again. I can explain it again. I'm not avoiding it. It's just I've already gone too far. I responded to this. I said this is in writing and is false. You know what that means, don't you? Lawyers know what that means. Here's T-Dog again. As anyone addresses the fact YouTuber William P. Farron had over 11,000 of GTI warrants he sold on 7/30/2021? Interesting stuff here. Remember, he's digging. He's digging you. He's digging you. Then down here, first, I just dug it up. May be old news, but I was digging into GTII. I was thinking of adding to my small position, so I was doing some digging. Second, because I post facts, he posts facts, not suppositions, not outright lies, and not just mother of all squeezes bullshit. I am blocked by most of the shills. I'm on space calls. Follow me. I would love to debate. I invited him. He can come on tonight if he's polite. He can ask any question he wants. He can explain himself if he's polite. My space calls, I want everybody there, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Sri Lankan. I don't care. And I want all points of views, critical thinking, but polite. As soon as it's not polite, I'll hit the mute button. So I wrote back, I wrote back, you may post facts, but this post of yours is not factual. Come on the 7 p.m. call. You can have a mic and air your concerns. Polite only. I'll see. See if he comes. He also, I can't find it, but he agreed with Frank Benedetto on one of Frank's points, but I can't find it right now. So that's that YouTuber. All I can tell, we'll get off of this. I'm just going to say it very quickly. I did not exercise my warrants, and I did not sell them. I congratulate everyone who made a trade out of GTII as soon as the Pied Piper said get out. That was, it turned in retrospect, that was the thing to do. I didn't have the courage because I thought it was in the middle of a squeeze. So I was wrong. So if he wants to go back in time and let me sell, that'd be great. I also want to tell each and every one of you, anytime there are reasons to sell, he goes on and on. They only have 2 employees and they only have this and that. Well, guess what they don't have? The burn rate that Vocal has. They don't have the burn rate that CLNV has or MULN. So they don't have to do a crappy deal with the friends of Tug McGraw here, T-Dog McGraw. So anyway, let's move on to something else. I don't feel like I should answer questions about my own life. On the other hand, I want to be as transparent as possible. But I'm not giving financial advice because I don't know you individually. So I can't be in that role of a financial advisor. I don't know my customers, so I can't give that advice. I can educate. We can educate each other. We can talk about this. I can share my thoughts. I guess it would be hypothetically, although I don't know if that's the right word. I can do that. But we're not in a financial advisee relationship. And therefore, I don't believe that I have to disclose my finances. That's how I feel about it. But here, I just told you. So I'll be as transparent as possible. I'm not going to avoid the questions, but I don't know. Can I get off that subject now? And if you feel like I didn't answer it fully enough, please ask me again. But I just want to get off the subject. Matt E. just put up that this guy just posted that he can't come on the call tonight. Look, what I think's going on, I think they're under pressure. Even though GTII stock price is down, there's 19 million shares. Let me I'm trying to think what I can show you to help make my points. The problem is it was a while ago, so I may not find it right away. I know I sent it to a friend. Let me see if I can find her. I might be able to find it more quickly on her text messages. But the world has changed in the financial markets. It's not easy for these guys to crime anymore. And they're feeling the heat. Alcaraz won today. I was watching it. He he's either 19 or 20, and he's an amazing player, but I haven't cottoned to him yet. So I can't find it. I'll just show you I'll draw it myself. There was a chart that somebody put out, but this is my chart. But since 1980, interest rates were very high. Jimmy Carter appointed Paul Volcker. Reagan gets credit for it, but it was Jimmy Carter that did it. Interest rates were 20%. For the last 40 years, interest rates have essentially been free. Are they headed to 10% now? I don't know. But for this 40 years, it's been a strange environment. And from when the Popinjay George W. Bush started a war and gave money back, the Federal Reserve kept interest rates at rock bottom. And this is the environment that allowed Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Mayo to short GTII into oblivion. It's all changed. It's all changed. It's changing in front of your eyes. And they're panicked. They're under pressure. So, anyway, let's see what. Hey, Sergio. Let me just see what you guys are saying. All right, it's 4:17. At 5 o'clock, we're going to have a call with. Okay, so let me show you those things. I'm going to show you those quickly. So this, I was watching the match when I took this picture. But this is GoLogic. See, GoLogic security details. I didn't circle it, or I did circle it, but it doesn't show up. But right about here, I can't show you where I'm pointing. I'm pointing right. I'm pointing right here. Right in here. It says float right here. Float. Anyway, the float is 1,088,000 shares in GoLogic. 1,088,000. I just want to read this to you very quickly about GoLogic. This is a or emerging markets commentary on GoLogic. Last month, we reported that GoLogic, a global provider of fintech solutions for digital transformation and consumer data analytics, was, quote, unstoppable, unquote, after several successful acquisitions. GoLogic is still making major business moves, so here is an update on what the company is up to. Speaking of acquisitions, GoLogic recently entered into a non-binding letter of intent to acquire 100% of Australian-based Shape Super Australia Pty, Pretty Thing Young Ltd, a prominent manager and administrator of self-managed super funds. Should GoLogic be successful in acquiring Shape, the services offered by the company's subsidiary, Gen 5 Financial Group, will be expanded, enabling its accountants and advisors to take advantage of the specialist management and administration services offered by Shape. Additionally, the acquisition, if successful, will provide GoLogic with a homogeneous approach to services offered, resulting in more optimal outcomes for clients. The transaction is expected to close presently. GoLogic also announced earlier this month a letter of intent to acquire 100% of Sydney-based Applied Positive Psychology Learning Institute. Apply is a global organization which helps people and organizations make positive and sustainable change in mental health and well-being through a diverse range of product and services. These include online and blended learning courses, strategic consulting, research and development services, and bespoke well-being programs for many industries, including the financial sector. The transaction is expected to close soon as well. GoLogic prioritizes its shareholders and aims to keep them in the loop. Earlier this month, the company provided an update to shareholders who received shares in GoLogic as the result of GoLogic's spin-off from Logic Inc. last year, and which are not currently eligible for restriction removal since the company has not yet met all SEC requirements to permit such a removal. Why stop the sentence there? Anyway, GoLogic interim CEO Brent Sun stated, quote, "We very much appreciate the participation and support of all our shareholders as we've worked diligently to add shareholder value over the past year. While Rule 144 technically provides the ability to remove the trading restriction, we recognize it does not guarantee liquidity nor a fair market value for the shares. These are among the important reasons we have taken a twofold approach to deliver both shareholder value and create a path to more liquid and favorable market for shareholders. The company believes that its acquisition of Gamma Ray in March has already been extremely beneficial to the shareholder value of GoLogic, and that the journey is only beginning." Lastly, GoLogic appointed Mitchell Savage to the new position of CMO. He is an industry veteran of more than 24 years. He's proficient and successful. Brent said, quote, "We are confident that we've established a company with a foundation of assets, both financial and human, and with an exciting growth strategy. We anticipate a possible listing on the NYSE, which would bring many benefits to our shareholders. This transformational journey has only just begun to unlock tremendous shareholder value." All right, so that's my prelude to a thrill for 5 o'clock. Okay, so I'll start at, all right, Z Warner, you're going to get my first stab at answering a question. Thoughts on what will happen? Don Giovanni, wish I had money for GoLogic, but it's all in MMTLP and GTII. No, I know, Don. I'm not telling you, by the way, Don, I'm not telling you to sell MMTLP because you can't. And I'm not telling you to sell GTII, but I'm in the same position. I will tell you I bought 500 shares of GoLogic on Friday, but guess what? I had to sell a small portion, very small portion of GTII at a loss to do so. What was my thinking, Don? I think we'll hear the reasons why from Brent, why there could be a move in, like a short squeeze type move in GoLogic, very similar to what happened with Top a week ago. But I don't know. I mean, he told me that he can't discuss it with me. Maybe he'll discuss it with everyone on the call. But my reasoning, Don, is it'll distract me from obsessively. I'm in MMTLP. I'm stuck. I'm in GTII. It feels endlessly trapped. I'm feeling that with all of you. But this will give me a small position that if it runs, I can sell it and I can buy back GTII. That's what I will do with it. But it's just a marginal trade, and I think the stock can go to 10, 20, 30, and who knows if it's another top, maybe it goes to 60, 80, $100 in a squeeze. It has, as I just showed you, a float of just over 1 million shares. There's only 200,000 or 300,000 shares that are actually trading in that float. A number of those people have recommitted themselves to supporting the company, so I'm not sure how much of that's available for sale. And Brent withdrew the S4. Now, I always get confused if it's S3 or S4. I think it's S4, to take the legend off 21 million shares of Logic. It's in the press. I read it to you. He pulled that out, pulled it away. So that 20 or 21 million shares is not going to come into the market. It's not going to be dumped on the market. So whoever sold shares they don't own and that don't exist, the last number I heard was 335,000 shares naked short versus a float possibly non-existent. There's 1.1 million shares in the float. Up to 900,000 of those are really closely held. So there's 200, 300 shares maybe in the float. But my understanding, which we may hear more of, is that 200, 300,000 shares, those people have restated their willingness to trust Brent and the company and work with the company, not dumping shares, not selling shares. It's up to them, of course. But they've reaffirmed their willingness to hang on to their stock for the long run value creation of the GoLogic story. Anyway, so I think there's a trade here in GOLQ. I think there's a trade in Finger as well. I think these two stocks, Finger and GoLogic, could be the next Chinese stocks that have a squeeze. Finger has a bit of a problem with being on the NASDAQ, but they are so underwater. The criminals at the Lin Partners are so underwater. And everything in this video is my judgment. If you think the Lin Partners are full of professional good guys, have at it. Okay, so MMAT, I forgot who asked that question. I'll tell you the bad. The bad is the financing they did. It's really bad. They really did a bad financing. But what was their choice? And to the CEO, when he looked at that financing, it may have seemed completely reasonable. But what that financing does, it allows the criminals to counterfeit shares. And that's what they're doing. And they'll keep doing it, regardless of how good a story it is. And Gary Gensler, goofy Gary Gensler, won't do anything about it. I was thinking this before I got on this call. I think the number one thing that Anna, Queen of Trades, myself, all of us should ask Congress, the number one thing we should ask them, take the over-the-counter markets away from the SEC. Create a new regulatory body that's not self-regulation, it's not controlled by Goldman Sachs, and the same securities laws of the acts of 1933 and 1934, but it's specific to the over-the-counter market. Put that agency in the middle of Idaho, away from Wall Street, away from Goldman Sachs, away from the criminals. Hire young attorneys, pay them a bounty on every person they put in jail and every fraud they catch, and go after these naked short position, one company at a time. I think that's what should be done. Take over-the-counter away from Gary Gensler. He doesn't care about it anyway. Anyway, on MMAT, the financing is bad. The I don't know what to call it. There is a wild card that I'm not qualified to really fathom what it means, but it looks like MMAT was forced to raise money because they lent money to MMTLP, and in the end of last year and beginning of this year, the idea was MMTLP would be liquid, off to the races, and they'd be able to pay that back. So on the one hand, I think it adds a little bit of uncertainty. On the other hand, maybe MMAT can also go into the system and say we were harmed as well, and they could get a massive payout from the harm done by the criminals in MMTLP. Not at the company, by the way. I'm talking about the LLCs, the hedge funds, the prime brokers, the broker-dealers, and I would even argue that FINRA and the SEC were complicit. Okay, what's good about MMAT? I think you brought up one good thing about MMAT. I think if people get money from MMTLP, if they quickly get a resolution to this, I personally have told you I don't think they're going to open up trading. But if they do open up trading, I think they'll cap it, or they're just going to pick a number. I don't know how it's going to work. But I will, on the good news, I think MMTLP will come and take our shares. The system will come and take our shares at a number higher than what we paid, maybe not as high as we want it. I think they're going to control. I don't think we're going to get a short squeeze environment again. But you asked about MMAT. If I got that money, I might put it in GTII. I don't know. I got to think that through. It depends. But MMAT, I think a lot of people will put the money they get from MMTLP into MMAT. And that really could cause some excitement in that stock. Now, the other really good thing, in my interpretation of MMAT, not that it matters, is they have the state-of-the-art technology for batteries, which whose insides are rare earth minerals. They have this membrane, or whatever the heck it is, that disperses heat and prevents these batteries from exploding. And they're the best. And guess what? There's a lot of demand for it. So the really good thing about MMAT, at least in this one area of their expertise, revenues could just come in like gangbusters. And once they have high monthly revenues and ongoing revenues, one, they never need to take another crappy financing again. Two, they could go out and start buying their own stock in the open market. And three, they'd probably hire lawyers and destroy the shorts. So anyway, that's my answer on MMAT. Yeah, Wayward Ninja, 500 a share. I think is actually low for some of the insiders. I know I don't know what BW stands for, but USAF, BW. Anyway, U.S. Air Force. The Margin Call's a great movie. And you know, one of the things Margin Call shows and The Big Short shows, both of those, is that the markets can be irrational a lot longer than you can be solvent. That was John Maynard Keynes, I think that said that. Keynes. Somebody said it. But while we think the shorts are going to win, why would they, if they're so confident, why are they stooping to being the dregs of earth with this crap they're putting out? I'm here. I'll answer the questions. One guy, I didn't read you that. I should read you that just to be fully transparent. He wrote, I think it's right here. One guy said, let's stay on topic. Dwayne Dotson said, please keep the calls on topic. And we don't want to get into crypto. And I promise you, we won't talk about crypto on this call. I love crypto, but we're going to keep the first call on Go Logic and Logic, hard stop at 6. And then the second call is going to be Hamster's playground for as long as he wants to talk, because he wants to talk about MMTLP, he wants to talk about the criminals, he wants to talk about GTII, he wants to talk about Finger, and he's got a list of other companies out there too that he wants to talk about. So it's going to be really interesting. So Dwayne, I'll if Dwayne's listening, I don't know if he is, but here this guy Phil's Crib wrote, I honestly think this has gotten to your head. You want the stage now. You fell in love with people watching you. And I don't think you want it to squeeze anymore. You're in your 15 minutes of fame. What you gonna do when it's all over? I wrote back, join the call and ask me this question. So anyway, that's what someone thinks. I come on because I love doing it. I will say, guys and girls, I do enjoy this community, and I do enjoy the support and intelligence and participation I get back. And I get a lot out of it. I will agree with that. But if you were one of my friends, close friends, you'd find out none of this has gone to my head. In fact, in many ways, it's just the opposite. So, but anyway, these guys are desperate. They're desperate. There's 19 million shares of GTII that needs to be bought back. All these gypsy, pickpocket, opportunistic short sellers, they're trying to cover their positions. They're trying to steal from you. And if they can get you to believe that I somehow have some outsized power here to steal from you as well, I don't know how I would do it. I don't own a market maker. I don't have access to a market maker. I can't sell 10 million shares of non-existent GTII at the push of a sell button. Sell button. What'd you do today, honey? I'm glad you're home from work. What'd you do? Oh, I sold. Did you do anything else? Oh, no. I just sold stock. Wasn't there anything else? Don't you do anything else at work? No, I just hit the sell button. What if the stock goes up? Oh, I just sell more. What if the stock goes down? I love to sell then. What if the stock's going sideways? I just sell. So is that your job? So I married a doofus that just sells one stock all day long? Why do you do that, honey? Well, we get the company trapped. We tell them when we sign them up that we're excited to be part of their business plan. We do our due diligence. We say we're going to be their financial partner and help them grow. But as soon as we sign them up, all we have to start saying is they have a bad business plan. It's a bad CEO. We can call anybody that's in it a pump and dumper. And all we have to do is sell. Honey, it's a great strategy. All we have to do is just keep hitting the sell button. Yeah, but you went to Yale and you studied for the law degree. I thought I was marrying somebody. You met me at the art school, and I thought I was. This is what you do? Oh yeah, it's great business. You should see it. Come in someday. We just sell. Well, what do you do if you have more than one stock you have to follow? Well, we just hire some more guys. Tony, Vinny, Fonzie, Brutus. And then they sell. And they just sell. Well, is it legal? It doesn't matter. As soon if we don't get the company down to where it's bankrupt or where it's seller boxed, what does that mean, honey? Well, that means the company can never raise money again. The CEO won't quit because the CEO believes in her project. But we can just keep selling, honey. It's a way we can just keep making a profit. And all those stupid retail, what stupid retail? Well, the investors. They how do you know they're stupid? Well, they keep doing it. We keep taking the money. They must be stupid. Well, honey, it sounds like you're the one that's stupid. You just keep hitting the sell button. There's nothing difficult about that. Anyway, 442. So we've got to. I've got to answer some of your questions. I know. Moody Waters, that's right. I had a Turkish friend. He'd always tell me, first you get the money, then you get the honey. The cat zone. Eddie Eagle. Exactly. Stanley Caldwell. You sound like that, what was her name? In that movie with Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin. All of me. Why not take all of me? Edwina Beckenbull. Anyway, the big... Oh, no. I'm getting it wrong. Maybe it was that movie or it was the movie with Queen Latifah. Anyway, the wealthy woman had a last name very close to you. Hey, Dips Patel. Well, Don J., we can ask that. Why? I'll write that down. I know the answer, but being starved for questions, I'll write that down. Why is logic halted on Neo? All of me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see that I'm no good without you? Take my arms, I don't need them. Take my lips, I'll never use them. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry. And I know that I am no good without you. You took the part that once was my heart. So why not take all of me? Dee, dee, dee. Ideas matter. Why I don't see my GTII Divi shares in my Schwab account. I can't explain it because I don't have an account there. But I will say a couple of things. Ideas matter. One is I heard on a call last week someone knowledgeable saying that the shares had been, I hope I get this correctly, distributed to the transfer agent, and then they had to go to the DTCC and then to the brokerage firm. That's what one person said. I might have the order of those two entities backwards, but it's the same process. And they said it wouldn't, so you wouldn't see them in your account until this weekend. I don't know if that's true, but that was just one explanation. The other thing is I wonder if TD Ameritrade was one of the companies with a lot, about a year and a half ago, was one of the companies that was rumored to have a massive counterfeit position in GTII, and maybe they're just struggling with it. But I'll write that down. We can ask Cam that. Does your dog bite? I would like a Zimmer. Do you have a Zimmer? Do you have a room? Do you have a room? Well, who's this? Giannis. Do you think the 1-800 deal will be extended again or be done this time? Well, see, since I'm a pump and dumper, I'm going to tell you that I have lust in my heart. In my heart, I think they're going to ask for more time. That's what I think. They're going to ask for more time. It's not something GTII can control. The law firm Wildfire Media is the entity getting audited, and it's a third party, and as I understand, it's a second auditor, but I think they're going to ask for more time. Let me say it differently. I was talking to somebody about it on Friday. Unless we get news that the deal's done Monday or Tuesday, I think they're going to ask for an extension, because I don't understand why they would leave it to the last minute, which is the following Monday. And anyway, that's my answer. I think they're going to ask for more time. I have no inside information. I think that will be a very negative. I think if they ask for an extension, it will be received negatively by GTII, providing an opportunity to pump and dump. No, it would provide no opportunity. What a curious answer. If he's a pump and dumper, that's a curious answer. Anyway, I'm bracing myself for people's reaction for when they extend it one more time. Now, having said that, I don't think an extension will mean that the deal's not getting done. But it could, I guess. But why wouldn't, instead, if they ask for an extension and they don't intend to finish it, why wouldn't they just say, we changed our mind? It's just, I think, the disappointment of having to wait further is people are just going to groan. They're going to go, oh, God, more again? But that's my opinion only. It's my opinion only. I don't think it changes the story of GTII. Each of these items, the 1-800 law firm, the the potential of the Trento mine, the West Christian lawsuit, this dividend that might cause trouble, that the restricted shares right now, the FBI going after Westpac's client, potentially the FBI pursuing other items with the Kramers. Alpine in trouble, the DTCC going after Alpine, and FINRA wanting to shut down Alpine, the 19 million shares short that have to be bought, the shorts calling in to the elderly woman with dementia, trying to panic her out of her 3 million shares. I'm sure I'm leaving something out. There's other deals pending. So I don't know. I don't think, even if for some reason the 1-800 law firm, yeah, I think it'd be a huge disappointment, don't get me wrong. But we've done without it so far, and we can do without it for a little bit longer. I don't think it's going to change the dynamics of the story. But you ask me my opinion, I think they're going to ask for another extension, and I don't think it's going to be received very well by shareholders of GTII. The only caveat I give, or the only hope I give, is if they're going to do it, I think they would announce it Monday or Tuesday next week. Hey, Ramiro. Well, we're rich. We're rich in our minds. Yeah, Westpac. It's the same one, but Don Giovanni. But there's also a Westpac out of Australia. I don't know. Maybe it's the same, but it's the security side versus the banking side. Well, Chris Daniel, that guy, Warren Buffett said, when the tide goes out, you see who's naked. And when everyone followed Winston Churchill in south of France, why do they call it south of France? And they call it southern Spain. Anyway, it must come from the days when there were little duchies and countries south of France. But he was vacationing on the Mediterranean late in his life in his roly-poly self, and the media was following him. And he turned to Dr. Moran and he said, "What are they looking at? I'm no bathing beauty." But he didn't point out and nor acknowledge that he would bathe in the nude. He would swim in the nude. Well, Don Giovanni, that's how I feel about it. I feel like going for broke. The way I call it, it's James Deaning it. It's that game of chicken at high speed, heading at each other. And I think the setup's perfect in GTII. I wish I had waited, not last Friday, but maybe this Friday. But, you know, nobody's going to call the bottom exactly or the top exactly. Yeah, south of France sounds more posh. Do you know what posh stands for? It stands for port outbound. Um, what's the port, and what's the other one that begins with S? Home. Port outboard, starboard home. That's what posh came from. All right, let me put. We gotta call in here. All right, cool. So he's gonna. Well, Moody Waters, walk your dog. This is Moody. This is going to start in 4 minutes, and it's going to end at 6 o'clock. So you can always come back, and you'll know where to start it and listen. And no, I know I turned it off. I did mute you because the person calling, I didn't. I had to respect their privacy. You owned a restaurant in Vegas? Wow. Wow. Sounds cool. Well, we can ask about their nationalization. My quick answer to that, nationalization is just a matter of degree. There's always a cut that the government takes in any country when you're mining resources, anywhere from an eighth to 50% or more. So the government doesn't know how to get the lithium out of the ground. So even if they nationalize it, there's going to be a deal made, a profit made somehow. But we can ask. I don't know if Ham's going to. Q4 results. Okay, I got 2 minutes. I'm going to go. This is a nerve-shattering experience for me, sir. I have to go pump and dump. I'm not pumping and dumping. What I need to do... All right, hang on a second.
Do a brief overview of the two companies?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I listened. I took my dog to the dog park and then ran into my neighbor, and I was talking to her about all this. And anyway, it was nice to get out.
It is. All right, 5. Now let's see if I can start it. Couldn't start scheduled place. Pete, try it again.
Okay,
What's
so
wrong?
start a new one. Cancel that. So cancel that space.
All right, edit.
And then just edit. Cancel it, and then go start a new space.
All right, so start a new space. How do I do that? I just start one.
Yeah, go to, you put like...
Oh, here it is.
One, right?
So I call it, I'm just going to call it LGIQ.
And then put interview with whoever you're interviewing, right?
And Brent. Of both. Okay, Anna, and...
You don't have to put me. It's okay. You can just put him.
Okay. I hope I spell his name correctly this time.
Here, let me see. Let me look it up. I was just listening to this video.
Do I want to invite people? No, I'm going to skip that. All right, so it's starting now.
Yeah, and then tweet it out. Send me a link. Can you invite me?
All right, how do I tweet it out?
I'll tweet it out once you get. You can go up to the top, and they tweet it out.
So are you in there?
No, I have to see if I can find your space now. Hold on. Let me go to.
There's
your
only
page.
one listening.
That's okay. We'll get it going. What time is he coming on?
5. So we're a
Oh.
minute late.
Okay, well, just let him know you had a little issue.
Well, it wouldn't let me start it for some reason.
That's sometimes if you do the pre-schedule. Okay, you got to tweet it out, William.
How do I tweet it out?
Find it. Okay, wait. What did you put the title as? I can look it up
LGIQ GOLQ.
LGIQ.
Yeah.
GOIQ.
GOLQ. Dollar signs. But I don't see how to tweet it out.
You go. There's a little arrow up in the corner, or like 3 dots,
Yeah.
and click on that, and it should say tweet it out.
No, it doesn't. It says view rules, share feedback.
GOLQ, there's no space right now for that. Let me see if it's case sensitive. GOL.
Dollar LGIQ. Just do that. Dollar LGIQ.
Dollar L.
Or should I just start again?
No, wait. Let me see if I can find you. I'm not finding it, William.
All right, so should I cancel it?
Can you send it to me?
Well, here, I'll send you a picture of it, but it doesn't allow me to send it anywhere. Hey, Peter, Anna's on the phone too. We're trying. It's not opening, so Anna, I can send this to you.
Tell him I'm trying to search for the space and it's not letting me find it.
I can send you what's there, or should I just start again?
Start again.
All right, I'll do it again. So how do I do that? I just cancel it?
Yeah.
Don't even know how to do that.
Okay, wait. Don't cancel it just yet. Okay, you did lowercase, so maybe that's it.
Oh, lowercase.
Did you already cancel it?
No, I haven't been able to cancel it.
Okay, don't
But there's
cancel
only
it.
one person listening.
LGIQ. Let me see if I can find it this way. Hold on.
Dollars LGIQ.
No spaces.
Okay, so
Hang on 1 second, William.
it's not allowing me to close it either. Should I just turn my phone off and start again? Or just start another one? I'm gonna cancel this one. I'm gonna create a new space.
William, were you able to figure it out?
No, I'm just gonna start.
Start again. Okay, I gotta help my daughter with something with my phone.
Okay, I'm just gonna do GOLQ.
I already looked it up there. It's not there. Did you start it again, William?
I just started another one called GOLQ, and I want to see if I can send it to you. No?
Go up. I think it's in that either lower right-hand corner or upper right-hand corner. There's like an arrow or 3 dots, and you can send it out to me. It's not HBO Max and Mark.
It says view, report space, adjust settings, about spaces. Disaster. I don't know how to get this to you. I could just talk with myself. How about if I just turn my phone off and start it again? I think that's what I'm going to do. It's not working. All right, Anna, I'm going to...
If you give me a few minutes, William, I can.
I'm just going to turn my phone off and start again. Sorry, guys. I'm proof of if you want it done right, get somebody else to do it. I just think something happened. I screwed up somehow. So we're going to start a... It's taking a while. Maybe I should turn off my Wi-Fi. Turn off my Wi-Fi. Oh, another. I think all the spaces are crashing. Somebody else has crashed. All right, mine's not there. Okay, so I'm going to start one. All right, other sites have crashed, I just saw, so it might be Twitter.
Is it an issue with Twitter?
Maybe. I'm just starting another one right now.
Okay.
And I'm capitalizing Go Logic. And I'm going to record it. And I'm going to start now. And it says people will join as listeners first. Okay.
Okay, William, do you see where it says, let me see if I can do this for a space. Let me see if I open up a space. Start a space now. Just say testing. All right, and then it's testing. So when you do that, it says invite people. Did you open up your space and then it says invite people?
Yeah, it's
When it says invite people, type in Anna.
oh. It's co-hosts. Invite co-hosts. All right, I'm going to type Anna. I see.
Well, you have to have me as a listener to invite me as a co-host.
Hell, your mama. So how do I invite you now?
You can send me the link. Like through my DM. Click on the... Let me see if I can find it. Did you tweet it out, William?
No, it's not tweeting. It's not giving me that option. It's beyond my abilities.
Alright, I'm looking you up. Alright, what's the name of the space?
It's just G. It's $GOLQ is how it starts.
Just start that. No, don't type anything else right now. It's not showing up.
Okay. So, all right, let me cancel it. How do I cancel it? Just hit the X. All right, it's gone, and I'll try a new one. And I'll invite you this time. What a nightmare.
I've had that happen only once, but that was when, like, they recorded it or, like, freezed it. that. The space, it did that.
All right, start now.
Okay, and then when it says invite people,
I'll add
invite me.
to Anna, and then you can.
I'll get the DM and I can tweet it out.
Okay.
And I can fix the title as a co-host. So there's a lot of things I can do as a co-host.
All right, I
now.
sent it to you. Yay.
Okay, wait. All right, it says space unavailable.
Why is it unavailable?
I don't know. This is what I'm seeing.
Do I need to?
How long does the guy have?
Not much long. Well, he's got a little bit over an hour. We can still get an hour.
How about I open up a space?
All right, you open it.
Okay, it's GOLQ, right?
GOLQ.
Everyone's gonna be so mad at me for opening up a space for another group, but I don't care. Let them be. Okay.
Hey, Jenny O.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to do this now. GOLQ.
Yep, GOLQ.
All right, I'm gonna send you the link, William.
All right, and then what happens? I just sign in?
It should just come to your DM.
All right.
Oh, I can also, I think, send it to you.
That's.
Did you get it?
Let me look at it.
Okay, are you on YouTube now?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, but Anna's setting up. There's something wrong with the live, so Anna's setting it up. Did you send it to me, Anna?
I did. Did you get it in your DM?
Yeah, there it is. So how do I join? Just hit it?
Yeah, just hit it, and then I gotta see if I can get it going where I can tweet it out.
It says space unavailable.
Something's going on with spaces. It's not even letting me tweet
It
this
says
out right now.
it says this space is unavailable. So it's something wrong with
There's an issue
spaces.
with spaces right now.
Okay.
Well, should we just go ahead on YouTube then?
Yeah, he can call in to me and we'll do it on YouTube.
Okay.
I've only
Okay,
got.
I watch you guys live on YouTube. I was listening to about your company earlier. I'm excited to hear what you have going on, and I will just be on the live chat.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I'm gonna tell Brent to call you now.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, there's an issue with spaces. I can't open up either. Thanks.
Yeah. It's not me. All right. So we're going to do it. I tried 3 times to open up spaces and it didn't work. And then Anna just tried and it didn't work. And it's not me. So it wasn't me. It wasn't me. She caught me on the bathroom floor banging the girl next door. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was doing it on the counter. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Sorry about this. It's spaces. There's something wrong with spaces. Hey, Brent.
Hi, Bill.
I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It's something wrong with the space system.
It's okay.
Anna did it. So I have a live going. It's not as many people as it would have been if we got the spaces, but we can do it with you calling in,
Wonderful.
and then Chris can put it out in a video. So
Wonderful. Okay.
all right.
Sounds
So
great.
everybody, this is Brent Sun from Go Logic and Logic. He's spoken with you guys before, but he's the CEO of both. My own focus is a little bit on Go Logic because I think that has the most dramatic potential to be one of the Chinese companies soon. However, Logic could easily double in the near term. So I'll let Brent take it away.
Oh, gee, thanks, Bill. Did you want to do some Q&A, or should I give an update on
What?
on both?
We could do Q&A if you want to do it that way. Maybe you could just give
I'll give a quick update. Just
a
so
quick
people
update,
know.
just so people can then know how to ask their questions.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's start with Logic. I would prefer not to focus on Logic today because we have some news items this week that will have their share of updates, and then we'll also be having a shareholder call that we'll put out the dial-in for tomorrow and probably scheduled for Wednesday or Thursday. So we'll cover the year-end report. We were late. We'll talk about why, and that has to do with the SPAC transaction. And we have a couple of other items that we'll be talking about. And so people can tune in on those. For GoLogic, since the last time I was on, the short position has actually increased. I have not requested another no-go list, but I've been following the DTCs every week, and they're still not matching up with the actual trading. And it looks like there's about 330 to 340,000 shares that are still short now. And I don't think that's available to borrow, so I believe it is a continuation of what was going on before.
What was the number again?
About 330 to 340,000, up from around 200-ish
And
before.
can you tell how long the short's been out there?
I can't, but I think that the 2 days of activity that we had after I was on last time, when we traded, I think our largest trading day, they shorted more into that, and then the subsequent days as well. So instead of covering, they're still selling into it.
So I interrupted you, but when there's 330,000 short, that's as compared to what kind of a float in your judgment?
There's 1,088,000 shares deposited in BTC. About 700,000 of those shares are in close hands, and another 200,000 I know who owns them. People on this call, for example, and that leaves about 188,000 shares that would be in the hands of people whom I don't know.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a good portion. It's 30 plus % of the float that's sold short.
Okay. Anyway, I interrupted you. Do you want to take questions now, or did you have more to say?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
There is one question on Logic. I know you don't want to get buried on that.
No, please.
But someone asked, why is Logic halted on the NEO?
Yes, and actually, I received an email from someone who was on your call last time, actually saying that what I said on your call was inaccurate. I think that he is partially accurate. We tried to delist from the NEO about a little over a year ago. I got board approval. We sent that to the NEO, and they said, sure, you can delist after you pay the 2020, 2021, and 2022 fees. The reason 2020 was outstanding is because when we met them, our market cap was $150 million, and by the time we IPO'd through Research Capital, it was about $40 million, and they were still trying to bill us for the amount when we met them, which I don't think is fair, and so we actually didn't pay them. And the entire offering, I think, as everyone knows, was a disaster because the banker placed 78% of the IPO shares and the warrants in the hands of 5 groups who subsequently sold all their shares and then used the warrants as a hedge to short against. anyway, the NEO wouldn't let us IPO, and so after lengthy discussions with Canadian counsel, I'm not going to say that it was suggested to me because that's not fair, but it looked as if I stopped reporting to CDAR and stopped reporting to IROC on a timely basis. They would delist us. And this took about 6 months until they started sending me correspondence threatening to halt trading, of which I was actually quite pleased about. And then when we didn't file the K, they halted trading. So it appears, though, that once we file the K, we will be actively trading again. So it did not have the desired effect. I'm going to have to try a different way to get delisted because I'm not going to pay the NEO for 3 years in order to delist because that's not an appropriate use of capital.
But anyway, it's in effect a way of maybe curtailing some of the short selling back and forth.
Yeah, you don't have the cross border arbitrage when there's a disparity in price, but that's mostly computerized algorithmic trading that does that. Nonetheless,
right.
It doesn't necessarily in some ways it's good. I do not want to penalize Canadian shareholders. However, once we are officially delisted, we should be able they should be able to liquidate shares or purchase shares through the OTC.
Okay, so there's a person that does so much work. Her name is Jenny. She just sent me, on May 2nd, Gold Logic had 100 shares to borrow until 10:52 a.m. Then it went to 1 share. And then there were 0 from May 3rd to May 4th. There was 1 share on May 4th. It's not a question, I guess, but it's interesting there's no shares to borrow in your stock.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about that. And, I think the last 2 calls I did, there are some, call them non-fans, and that's fine. I think that they're very active in the anti-shorts, naked short selling and anti-fraud community, and I applaud them. I know that they have some strong feelings about me offering a bounty and other things. But what I'm about to say is this is just my personal opinion. I don't think that any type of special dividend or QSIP or anything like that is going to work in terms of a short. What I would prefer to do is just try to get enough momentum behind the stock price, because apparently the broker that's facilitating this can hold it indefinitely, but if there are price points that are hit while it goes up, they will have margin calls, and so that would be $3, $4, $5, $6, and so that's probably the only real way to squeeze the short. Happy to have people disagree with me there that other means work, but I don't have the time or resources or energy to go engage Share Intel and Wes Christensen and do special dividends and all that, which should work. But I think what we're seeing is probably a concerted effort by firms who are members of FINRA to make sure it doesn't. In any case.
So is there anything you can tell us, and you may not be able to, about what sort of time frame you expect some buying pressure and possibly even, there's no secret that you've committed yourself to, I don't know what word to use, just to get these shorts, get shorty. Is there a time frame in your mind where, because I think there's people here that'd be willing to buy some shares, distribute the shares, and maybe participate if there is a run. But I don't know what you can tell us or what your thoughts are on it.
No, that's a good question. I've had probably 5 people call me and suggest that it might be a certain person or a certain group, and I've run those down. 2 of them actually look fairly accurate. However, I don't have complete confidence that it's them yet. There are some things that I'm pursuing to determine on a higher percentage that it's who they claim. But again, the 500,000 share bounty is absolutely good. So happy to talk to anyone who calls. I have also gotten a few offers of people who are capable of engineering a short squeeze, not by any financial structuring or processes that would be mechanical, aside from just coming in and buying the stock. And I'm probably going to pursue both of those this week. I don't know if there'll be enough time this week to get them into gear, but I think if there's outside buying, at least people on the call or in your audience would certainly notice that. And so it should create a trading opportunity. And I think that it would have an effect on a short squeeze if they can take it through 3, 4, 5, and so on.
So your theory would be, or their theory would be, if they can get it to $3, $4, $5, perhaps that puts margin pressure on whoever is short the stock, and then maybe there's buy-ins that start.
Yeah, it would. There was some of these China-based companies like Top and MGLE and GDC had pretty good runs last week and the week before. Part of it was being mentioned on Wall Street Bets. The other part was an actual short position that did get squeezed by a significant amount of buying, small combined with a small float, and then in turn aggressive retail and day trader buying that just perpetuated itself and took these stocks up. All of those have much larger floats than we do, but they're also on NASDAQ, so there is that. But I don't know why, with such a small float, and certainly being in the hands of so few, we wouldn't be able to at least mimic some of that. So that's what I'd like to see happen.
So someone just asked me, Bill, how about I turn you in and we split it 50-50? I'm pretty sure he's joking, but
or maybe not. I've had one of the 5 actually thought it might be someone whom they know and is somewhat of a friend. So funny what money does for people.
Yeah. So all of the events that were sort of lined up for GoLogic are on hold right now, but they haven't gone away, right?
Hold is an interesting word. The LOIs that we've announced, we're in due diligence on all of them. So we've continued to fill out the due diligence rooms, and we've been talking to their boards and partners and clients and customers and service providers are there. So that's ongoing. I haven't told the New York Stock Exchange that we're not proceeding, but we did pull the S3, and there are a couple of other paths we could take. I mean, we could either do a Reg A Plus, or we could do an S1, and then the NYSE would let us uplist on that. We would just file the other thing, the 8A 12G, the day that we uplist. So not only would we qualify, but we also prevent a flood of shares coming out, and then things are more liquid, more orderly, and we would, knock on wood, have by that time the ability to close the acquisitions we have lined up that would get us to $15 billion in assets under management and a run rate of about $140 million in revenues and profitability. So, I think that would bode well. Maybe it would actually be an uplisting that trades up even.
So
Yeah.
that's an NYSE uplisting. You're moving full speed ahead on that, and you qualify for it now, or is that not right?
No, we do, with the exception of the public float needing to be 15 million, but the exercise of the uplisting would fulfill that. So as long as we have those mechanics in place on the day of the uplisting, we would qualify for that and therefore go out that day.
I think it's great news. It's not NASDAQ, right?
No, it's not NASDAQ.
That's awesome. That is awesome. And these numbers are huge. 140 million revenue run rate this year. You exiting this year, I guess, is what you mean?
With the acquisitions that we've announced, yes. Sorry.
Wow. The shorts aren't ready for that. What do you think the stock would be worth based on metrics that I don't understand all the metrics, based on your outstanding, your potential float once you're on the NYSE?
I think the implied, I have to look it up. Hang on a second. I think the implied valuation would be, somewhere between $5 and $6.50 this year. Just if you take a low end valuation metric, which valuations are relatively depressed versus where they were a year ago.
Right.
I think in a decent market, it would probably pencil out to like $8 to $10. But given the smaller float and given the fact that we would intend to grow more dramatically through the acquisition of some of these fintech platforms, you could say that it's probably worth 12 to 15 if you use fintech metrics on the business.
And when do you expect the NYSE listing to happen?
I have to either file the S1 or do the Reg A filing. So it depends on how long those take to go effective. I think average is about 30 days, and then I think NYSE is a good 6-week process. So if we file next week, and you tack on another 2 months to that, call it 2.5.
So in the summer, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty exciting, I think. And
it is.
How are you going to manage in that context if 20 million shares or more get the registration lifted, that they don't all sell at once?
Well, it doesn't happen automatically. People who have their shares that are deposited and they're 144 restricted have to actually get a legal opinion.
Right.
It takes 2 weeks after the filing to become eligible. Then you'd have to get a legal opinion, which probably takes another week, and then they have to submit to the company for review, and then it has to go. Then free trading shares have to go to their broker. Maybe a month and a half to 2 months. From everyone I've spoken with, I think that there's a reasonable amount of interest in seeing us move forward with the acquisitions and uplisting. So as long as it doesn't happen before the uplisting, that's great, because then there wouldn't be an uplisting. I think after an uplisting, freeing up shares would be, I think in an orderly fashion is fine.
So I'm trying to see if there's any questions here. I'm not seeing any new questions. So the stock's 250, and it's been as high as 8. It sounds like you've got just really exciting deal flow and letters of intent signed. do you think it's fairly priced right now? What do you see happening? I guess I personally, as if I were to buy some tomorrow, I'd be asking myself, is there a short squeeze possible in the near term? And what's the stock worth in sort of, regardless of that, in, I don't know, in a month to 3 month time frame? And it may be impossible to answer that. I don't know.
Well, no, my personal opinion, and I tell people this because it's an active component of us being aggressive on the M&A path, and probably the reason that everyone we've met with in our acquisition pipeline has said yes, because the rationale we're using is that this is the absolute best time to be aggressive, because very few people are. Because there's still so much fear. Everyone wants to see what's going on with the economy. They want to see valuations reset. But the same thing happened during COVID. The IPO calendar and uplisting calendar was non-existent. And then the minute that there was a vaccine and things started to open up, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the New York Stock Exchange, and NASDAQ were the busiest they've ever been in history. Right. It's been like this every time. I mean, I started at Bear Stearns back after the crash of 1987, and I've seen, there's probably been 8 or 9 different resets in the market, ranging from Persian Gulf War I to the Latin American financial crisis, to the Asian financial crisis, to Gulf War II, COVID. I'm sure I'm leaving things out, but every single time the market resets, and it's an amazing buying opportunity, but fear is rife. Right. You have the same thing happening. You have talking heads on CNBC going, "Oh, but this time it's different." And you know what? It's never different. It hasn't been different since the stock market has begun. And so the same thing's going to happen either later this year or first part of next year. The IPO calendar is going to be hot again, and everyone's going to be out there trying to go public. But the people who have gotten aggressive on the acquisition side are going to be riding that wave of valuation increases back up. So I'd rather be doing that than trying to, let's go up list now that everyone's comfortable. That just doesn't make any sense. And anyway, I think it's just fear and greed. So that's why we've gotten a yes every time we've gone to a target company and said, "Hey, do you want to be acquired? This is a great time." So I think in answer to your question, what would we be worth? Are we fairly valued here? No, I don't think so at all. And I think that many other companies are not as well. And do I think they'll trade back up to valuations we saw coming out of COVID? Yeah, I do. Because it's always happened. And where would that put us? I think that puts us back up in the, maybe the 8 to 10 range. And then if we continue moving forward on the New York Stock Exchange with fintech acquisitions that really spin up, why would we not want to try to get to $15 or $20 and have a multi-billion-dollar market cap? That's kind of what I signed up for. So
would you see that? I mean, you're describing an environment where, if you're opportunistic in a good way, you're because of your knowledge and your platform, you're able to acquire these companies and teams that are having a hard time having an exit or monetizing all the years of their work. So you acquire them. And yes, maybe you buy them with cheaper stock than you would otherwise like to, but you're getting into great companies. And so my question is a couple of things. One, maybe you can talk about the ones you've already LOI'd, but maybe there's some others that are in process that you can talk about, or process for our Canadian friends. But the other thing, listening to you, if the IPO market starts being vibrant again, maybe you can distribute 1 or 2 of these divisions into the IPO market later on. I don't know if that's your plan.
No, you're right. Yeah, I think that's probably more likely on fintech acquisitions. Okay, so let me describe what our approach is. We're acquiring acquiring two types of businesses. On the conservative, stable side, if you will, we're acquiring asset managers, and what we're doing is we're taking a multi-geographical approach. So the acquisition that we've completed, Gamma Ray, they've got two financial service licenses in Australia. A company that we have not only the letter of intent but a definitive merger agreement with. Nestag has a U.S. license. It's a FINRA license, actually, so they're a licensed broker-dealer. And a company that we have an LOI out to, Bateau, has a license in Singapore. And then CPG has a license both in Australia and one in the United Arab Emirates. And so what we intend to do by the end of the year is have licenses in North America, the EU, the better part of the UAE and Middle East, and then several key countries in Southeast Asia. I think if you look at, Top was quite explosive, going from $5 to $20 and then on to the 200s. I think their only asset is a financial services license. And they've talked about going after more, and so what they intended to do was enable Chinese customers to participate in U.S. IPOs and financings. So I think that's their story.
Right.
I'm not trying to piggyback on that, but it is attractive for strategic partnerships for countries that desire to have a foothold in either one country, two countries, or more. The other thing that we're doing is we're marrying the conservative, stable side of the business. And these companies, by the way, they have fairly large assets under management. They have revenues. They're profitable. If you marry them up with fintech companies that are starting out and have the ability to grow exponentially, so Nestag is one. There's a couple of other ones we haven't announced yet, but we've been in talks with since January. We'll pick up at least two or three of those, but you pull in a demographic that is very different than what the conservative stable side has. So
Right.
It's mostly people, guys our age, Bill, who are clients of traditional
You're younger
asset
than
managers.
I am. Yeah, anyway.
Not by much. I'm 56. And then if you look at these fintech companies we're in talks with, Nestag's a perfect example. Their whole platform is geared towards Gen Z and millennials. So you have people in their 20s and 30s. So you're covering the entire spectrum. Someone told me the other day it's called cradle to grave. So it's a bit morbid, but nonetheless, what you're doing is you're providing a platform for people of all ages to participate and to cover the full spectrum of investment criteria and products and services, if you will. So that's what we're doing. But if you look at valuation metrics, they're a little lower on the traditional side, but they're quite high on the fintech side right now.
Right.
But if you look at where things have come from and where they'll go back to when the pendulum swings the other way, that would imply valuations that would pencil out to an $8 to $10 a share price in a decent market, and probably higher. And if you continue to grow from the fintech side and you see exponential growth from half your business, that would entail higher valuation. So if the question is, well, where could you be? Could you be $15, $20, $25 over 12 to 24 months? I think so with valuations resetting.
Well, and also for companies you're acquiring, to me, considering all the difficulty in the over-the-counter markets and NASDAQ, to be acquired by an NYSE company would be huge, I think, to people. I have one question here about a rumor, and I guess you can't talk about rumors, but this gentleman is saying that investors in TOP, and I think they're out of Hong Kong, if I remember from my discussions, but anyway, he's not saying that. TOP investors have an interest in GoLogic now. Do you know anything about that? And if you do, can you talk about it?
Well, if they had an interest in it as an ownership, it would have been quite obvious because the share price wouldn't be here. Is it possible? Okay, I would say it's very feasible for us to talk with Top from a strategic perspective, because we have licensing in place and licenses on deck that would be very interesting to them. It would also be interesting to their bankers over at Univest Securities to arrange something on a strategic side, and possibly I'm sure there would be some capital markets interest as well. So yeah, I mean, gosh, if it happened, it would be quite obvious. I wouldn't have to even say anything. We'd probably trade up a lot. But yeah, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense from a strategic perspective, which in turn would spill over to the capital market side.
I've noticed the volume in GoLogic has sort of gotten really dried up. Is that a good sign? To me, it is. It means something's going on, but I'm asking from your perspective. I'm in many questions here. I'm trying to focus in on: is there a potential for distress on the part of 335,000 shares naked short that need to be covered soon?
I think that they would. If there's margin calls, they'll have to cover, because whomever has sold these shares short, and I did look at the universe of people who have that many shares or more, and there's about 25, call it 30. I didn't research it deeper because there's a couple of holders. Merrill Lynch has 1,500,000 shares ish, and then Cantor Fitzgerald, Interactive Brokers. There are multiple shareholders underneath there, so I didn't dig deeper into the shareholder list because there's 2,700 on there. But I think that what will happen is if the share price moves up, they'll get margin calls, and they're not going to want to meet them, so they'll just get bought in instead. Because I don't know why someone would want to throw money into something that they're trying to liquidate. I'm not saying they have financial problems, but I just don't see anyone wanting to put money in to enable the liquidation of something. But maybe I'm wrong. In any case, I think that kind of squeeze could be quite dramatic, if you will.
The gentleman that said he would turn me in for half the bounty is just letting me know that he's acquired 4,000 shares of GoLogic, so he's on our side.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you, now I got distracted, but what you were just saying, you were talking about there could be margin calls which would bring buy-ins. God, I lost my train of thought because I saw his post. Sorry.
Oh, no. I was just trying to explain how it would work. So if you have 144 shares that you get a broker, and there's only a few that do this, you get that broker to sell these shares short for you, then they keep 25% of the proceeds.
Right.
Okay. But if the share price moves, and they can roll that over. So doing these special dividends and other things is not going to create a squeeze, because they roll it over every time. They never have to really deliver to whomever bought them.
Right.
But if there's a short squeeze and the price moves up to certain levels, they need money from that client, because even if you're self-clearing, okay, you have to have a certain amount of net capital. Right. Most firms that are self-clearing are not that big. They may have like 5 to 10 million in net capital. But larger clearing firms that have executing brokers that trade through them, they have net capital on deposit from their executing brokers. That's generally smaller. That's $1 million to maybe 5 or 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have one client that has a stock move against them, $250,000, $500,000, $1 million, it's eating into your net capital, and in some cases it could wipe it out. I've seen small executing brokers go out of business because of that, and I've seen clearing firms have large holes blown in them because those executing brokers got short squeezed, and their net capital evaporated, and in turn the net capital that the clearing firm had was hit too. And frankly, I could care less. That doesn't affect me in the least, nor should it affect anyone else. Who cares, right? That's not. They're enabling something that is in effect illegal. So F them. If they get blown up and go out of business, awesome.
Well, in this particular case, it seems like if it starts, we're at 250. We ran up to 325 on very low volume. If they stop selling, and my working thesis, I don't know yours, is they were selling in anticipation of this S3, if I'm using the right term, filing. That's been withdrawn, and I think you could reiterate that you have no intention of putting that back in right away. They don't have an escape. So they're hanging out there with 300 and, 30, 40, 50,000 shares. If there is about 200,000 shares in the float, I think these have firmed up as allies with you a little bit, and they see your vision. This could, I don't know, I'm trying to see a picture where this could catch fire. They have a margin call at $3, $3.50, $4. No one's selling. It could rapidly escalate. And I know we're both being hypothetical, but
well, not really, because the question you didn't ask, but you didn't know to, Bill, is would I also give that 500,000 shares to someone who came in and squeezed the short? If they put up their own capital, whether it's a small fund or an individual, yeah, I would, and maybe that's the nature of one or two of these discussions. I just at this point, I'll do whatever it takes to clear them out. So
and make it hurt.
Yeah.
And do it soon.
Yeah, look, it would create enough liquidity for said short squeezer to exit on a huge volume day as well, or sell half, and then sit on the rest. There's plenty of opportunities that can arise if someone knows what they're doing. So anyway.
Once you're on the NYSE with these acquisitions, you've already locked in. Your revenue is going to be at a point where you don't ever have to do one of these crappy financings with a toxic lender anymore.
No.
So this is going to transform the company dramatically.
It is. We're not going to be capital intensive. I've seen the marketing budgets and expansion proposals from the fintech acquisitions that we're looking at, and these are not expensive marketing campaigns to acquire customers. These are very well thought out and very scalable marketing plans to aggregate customers and experience a high return on investment. So we don't need to go raise 10, 20, $50 million. So yeah, it's very exciting.
I think there was something wrong with the space mechanism, not on my end, although I got worried it was me. So maybe we can do that again. There's not a lot of questions.
Let's try this week.
So there's.
I've got to wrap up.
I know 5 minutes to go. You can leave now, or you've got about 4 minutes to add, unless there's a question here that pops up. to me, it seems like GoLogic, you've got the CEO on the side of fighting the shorts and making it hurt where it counts. But you're also got a company that's going to be on the NYSE, not the NASDAQ. I think that's crucial. And it's in the space, it's in Southeast Asia, where the population is young and growing, and the economies, and it's everywhere. It's the United States, the Middle East as well. This is a really exciting story, Brent.
It is. It is.
So, if you want to put a coda on our conversation, great. Otherwise, we can try to do a space call when Twitter is not under attack. We could do it again.
Yeah, let's do that this week. And I really appreciate you having me on, and certainly everyone bearing with us for the little technical difficulties earlier.
Well,
I'm gonna. The first time for me.
It's time for a haircut. Someone's telling me that's true. I'm gonna try to get help, and we'll post this interview so people can listen to it again. But I think a lot of the things you just said today are really exciting to buy into this stock right now. So,
great.
All right, Brent. Thank you very much. I hope you had the rest of the good Sunday.
You too.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So, I don't know what happened with Twitter, and in fact, I hope. Here's one that said they crashed. I'm looking at other calls going on. It says the space crashed. So, I don't know what to say. It says space crashed. Anyway, hopefully at 7 it'll be resolved, because I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to it. You know, Stephen, handsome. I'm not. This one guy came on and said I'm in love and being on. I don't. Thank you, but. You haven't seen me in 3 dimensions. The depth is all wrong in 3D. I'm going to get my hair cut. The problem is the guy that I used to always go to died. And then I went to another place. They went out of business. And then I used to go to this place in London. And they were great. Absolutely great. Been there forever. But I haven't been back to London in a while. So the person I've found is a, it's sort of a frou-frou place, and she's great, but she's booked all the time. So I just have to set it up, and I'll get it done this week, I promise. So my summary of what's going on with GoLogic is, my subject for my. View on what he just said about GoLogic is that there's a bounty of 500,000 shares that he's putting out to find who is short the stock. But it sounds like he's also suggesting at the end that if someone, like, for example, the groups in Hong Kong who, and I'm using my own interpretation right now, you understand, who made TOP and some of these other stocks run, if they step up here, he's willing to, basically, he's willing to use that bounty wherever it causes the maximum pain to the GoLogic shorts. All right, so now it's 6 o'clock. It's now 6 o'clock. So I'm going to put this up for a while. I'm just going to hold this up. These were some of my notes on CoLogic. He said stable and startup fintech. Let's just hold this here for about 10 seconds. This will be a place, if someone helps edit this call to repost, they can just zoom, they can zip forward to here. This is a point they can chop it and then go back to 5:15 is when we started the call. So now we can move on to other things and get ready, hopefully, for the call at 7 o'clock, which is still lined up. I just hope Twitter is viable at that point. Well, JM Photographic, JMR, Kodak, I think this question you have, JMR Photographic, JMR, is excellent. Ham and I went to Congressman Molinari, maybe? Something like that. Out of Rochester, New York. And we had a really good meeting with a young man there. I can't remember the name anyway, but I'll leave that out because I did make a commitment to myself to treat conversations I had on the Hill, as it's called, as if they were conversations I would have with clients. In other words, be discreet with them, because I don't think we'll get anywhere if we make congressmen and women skitterish to speak with us. But I think I can say that Ham just, lit up talking about Eastman Kodak, talking about Rochester, New York, and I'm from upstate New York. At least my family is. I never really lived there, but that's where I get my roots, I guess. My hair looks all like roots. Anyway, I think it's an excellent question on Kodak. I'll get Ham to talk about it. My opinion, his opinion, Ham's opinion, was that this is a company they destroyed, and it took jobs out of Rochester. It hurt working class, all of the trades, and all for these criminals. All for these criminals. So I'll make sure I ask that, JM Photographic, JMR. Crazy World, would anyone from GTII be willing to do a similar call? I'm going, the reason I'm pausing is I'm going through the different people who I've spoken to and with whom I've met. I think your best person to talk is Ham, frankly, but others, there are some people in the GTII Army who I might be able to organize a call with. Really good guys. They've been in here fighting. They have my back lots of times, but I also have their back to the extent it would matter. But I might be able to get them on, and they have information that I think they would be allowed to discuss. I do not believe the CEO of GTII would come on, nor the woman that has the same name as Griffin. I don't think she would come on. Why? Because I think these the risks to a CEO and vice president, board members, are really high. They cannot misstep. They don't want to take the risk that we're in the middle of a battle here. We're in the middle of war, and it's been going on for over 2.25, whatever it is, January to now, 2.25 years, maybe 2.5. And if they misstep, you're going to see FINRA go after them, not after the criminals. And then the whole thing, we might as well just say, geez. So I don't expect any of them would come on a call. Now, it's interesting, there are some larger investors that might, and I could ask. But let me think about it. There's crazy world with GTII. I would say there's somewhere between 6 and 18 people that matter to different degrees, and I may be able to get some of them on a call, so you don't just have to hear from me or from him. And I'll see what I can do about that crazy. But I don't think the CEO would do it, and that's not to say anything negative about him. When CEOs come out in front of you, they're either getting ahead of the band to try to raise some money, which is fair enough. We're all interested in participating in deals, fair enough. I think you always have to be aware of the potential that some actors out there might be working in concert some way, either knowingly or unknowingly, that it's their playground up there in New York and just outside of New York and into Connecticut and New Jersey. And so we have to be careful. But many CEOs would not go to the lengths that Brent is doing now. You've heard him now. This is at least the third time that I've had him on, where he is going to fight this, and he's going to pull out every weapon possible. So, to expect another CEO to do that, I think maybe it's reasonable, but I think it's unlikely. Let me see what some of the other questions are. Well, CB, I'm waiting for GoLogic to come back down to buy in. That might happen. It's low volume, and it's volatile. And I'm not by the way, I'm not reckoning. I don't want people to move en masse from GTII or Finger. I just think Finger is a setup for a squeeze. I think GoLogic is a setup for a squeeze. And it might be just a fun is the right, you shouldn't use that word with money. But I told you, I did a small little purchase myself. If it were to run to 10, I might get out. But who knows? Maybe it goes to 60. I might get out. Maybe it does one of these out of the blue runs to 100 or something. Maybe I get out. But my point is, it gives me something to watch, to get to know. I really like the idea of what they're doing, and they've really built up the team. And anyway, and Finger is a massive story, massive just on its own. So if these caught and ran, for me, I would take that very same money. I might, buy a diamond necklace for someone. No, I made that up. Buy a diamond ring for someone. That'd be fun. But that I would go back to GTII. CB, I did HNRC. That showed some strength, but that dividend is exciting as all get out to me. $1.75 on HNRC I looked at it from all angles, and even if, remember, CB, that HNRC dividend included AI with food, and who did they have on the space call last time? That guy, very smart guy. Anyway, they had a call Carl Burgers contract. Call Carl was the Exxon up here. A Carl Jr. contract to use AI and food service. So that's there in that distribution from HNRC. They say it's going to start out at a value at $1.75. If it's lower, it's lower, but it could be higher. There's no reason it couldn't be higher, because I think they're basing that off of a historic cost. I could be wrong. Not a current evaluation. I could be wrong. But for me, CB, this is just me. I like that it's restricted right now, because it gives time for that telecommunications AI food service company to get their feet under them without a lot of stock hitting the market. So anyway, I think you did the right thing. No, I think CB, you did I think that makes a lot of sense. So MKC asks BBJ, do you still have MMTLP showing in your account? The placeholder, that's a good question, I guess. I'm in the middle of that conversation, so I don't know where it goes. Many of you know that I didn't read your questions at the beginning. If you want to put them back up, I'm not going to scroll back. I'll be glad to try. I was talking about, so you have NBH now. That's good. I was talking about that with somebody the other day, Saturday, maybe Friday. Personally, I would love to own NBH versus the risk that the settlement disappoints me. On the other hand, there is some risk that you can't get into NBH. So yeah, Eddie Eagle. It seems, as best I can see, Eddie Eagle, it seems like easy money. The only risk is what amount, right? So they value it at $1.75 a share. I don't know. Pretend they're being overly optimistic. Cut it in half. Cut that in. I don't know. Take 75 cents off. It's $1. Take another 75 cents off. It's 25 cents. It's still, even, I don't know. I just couldn't see a real reason not to do it. So BBJ says the buy and sell button is back for MMTLP. That's really interesting, and we'll ask Cam about that, or we'll talk about it on the space call. I really hope that Twitter is fixed by now. Okay, it looks like Twitter crashed. It wasn't me. Twitter crashed, and it looks like... Well, Eddie, that's what I was trying to wonder, Eddie, and the CEO's a little bit dry when he talks, but I think he's a good financial mind. And on the WHDI, I think that's the symbol. If I'm correct, they used a weird terminology. They said it's valued at $53 million based on the investment price. I think that's what they said. They didn't really say historic cost. But they also didn't say based on what it would be worth in a third-party estimate either. So investment cost to me sounds a lot closer to historic cost than what it might be worth now. So anyway, I think it could be worth more. Well, Ordinary Angler, it's so funny. These regional banks are being crushed by shorts. And I think it could threaten Goldman Sachs. But they now are all, crying about it. I think just simply bringing the uptick rule would stop it, bring that back. But I think to answer your question, the way to use it to our advantage now would be just use the awareness, because that's across every front page and every CNN story now. So maybe, well, you see what they're doing to the banks. They've been doing this to the over-the-counter stocks for longer than Miley Cyrus has been alive. Or is it Hannah Montana? Or is it the twerker? It is raining. Well, yeah, NextBridge is a placeholder, but that's not necessarily real shares. It is raining here, and it's getting a little chilly, but a little chilly, Willie. But you know what? I like the sound of rain. I wonder if it rains in heaven. I wonder if they have TV in heaven. Raining in southern Ontario. Is it south of Ontario or southern Ontario? All right, so it looks like Twitter is back up. That's great news for the good guys. And that means at 7 we can go back on. I'm wondering if I should close this off and then start just before 7 o'clock. I'm willing to go until 7. Yeah, free cable in heaven. I was never a real fan of Gordon Lightfoot. The only song I remember of his was Sundown. Da, 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 da. And I also I did like, but how many times could you listen to it? I did like the story of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Did he do the song about Martha, You're a Good Dog, or was that somebody else? Anyway, he's talented, of course, but I never owned a Gordon Lightfoot album. An album is a collection of songs that you would play all together. If you could read my mind. Was that Jim Croce? If you could read my mind. If I could put time in a bottle. Was that Bread? Or was that the diary? I found her diary underneath the tree. I started reading, and it was all about me. Oh, God. The drummer. Yeah, I like that Edmund Fitzgerald. I also like the lore of it. Apparently, and this is from what I've learned, maybe they loaded the iron ore on that was wet. It maybe had liquid. It wasn't dry enough. So that the water would go back and forth and snap it. I don't know, but well, Douglas, I will admit to you that I didn't study the recent news announcement from FINRA, and I'll try to do it tomorrow morning. I was just trying to take a break from everything, but my own view of it hasn't changed. These lawyers that are filing on behalf of the criminal John Hurry, in my judgment, and Alpine, in my judgment, this is just a waste of the court's time. And I guess it's their right, and they have your money with which to do it. But to make a constitutional argument about the authority of FINRA to enforce securities laws? Come on. Let's, get out of here. Someone at FINRA, and it's not going to be that rather voluminous suited man, Robert Cook, and it's not going to be Gary Gensler, but somebody, somewhere, maybe it's going to be Gabir Grewal. Somebody somewhere has to honor their oath and has to say, this has to stop right now. Oh, he wrote, if you could read my mind. All right. It was very tough that night, MKC, but why would they go out? Why would they go out? They're coming for you. If I could put time in a bottle. Jim Croce was great. So, the captain was a fool. Yeah. Was he arrogant? I can't remember if there was pressure from the Home Office. But why not just wait till the storm is over? Why not just wait? Look at this. T-Dog sadly cannot attend. No, we're going to do it. At 7 o'clock, we'll do the space call with Ham. But the one at 5 o'clock didn't work because Twitter went down. Who was Frank? Frank was awesome. Let me see. Hey, Picos Bill. Oh, Frank Zappa. Picos Bill. I hope your animals are happily fed and watered for the night, and everything's good down in Texas. Oh, Ham tweeted that it's off? Let me see what Ham tweeted. It's not off. 29 died. Wow. Yes, Ham tweeted quite a few things, but they're not appropriate for a family channel. No, it's not off 2:22, Dog. It's happening at 7 o'clock. It's not off, so don't you worry. Don't you worry. And even if you don't want to join, we'll go on with whoever does. Well, it's yesterday once more. Shooby-dooey-doo-doo-wah. Was that the Carpenters? You know what's funny, Scott Scheller? I don't know how old you are, but it just seems... I was listening to a Clint Eastwood interview, and someone asked him about, you know, his old movies and how handsome he was and all that. He says he doesn't watch them, and every now and then he sees it, and he says, it's a different man. I don't even recognize that man. I can't remember all the... Hey, it's just funny. You can't remember those years. You do remember the music. All right, what's Cryptic Traber is saying? 50 cents a share GTII. This is what we call baby. He was born out his... Well, thank you, Cryptic Trader. I wish I hadn't even begun reading that. Yeah, we were talking about the Edmund Fitzgerald. You got interviewed by the Wall Street Journal? Awesome. Awesome. I've been on 2 cross-ocean ocean liners, but I would love... Luther Vandross did a Carpenter song. Which one? I remember Richard Kay. He is a great attorney, and he was working pretty hard. Maybe he just got bored of me, or maybe there was not much to learn from me. I don't know. But he's been working hard. He was great. So, I'm going to read this. Read this instead of Wikipedia. The legend of the Edmund Fitzgerald remains the most mysterious and controversial of all shipwreck tales heard around the Great Lakes. Her story is surpassed in books, film, and media only by that of the Titanic. Canadian folk singer Gordon Lightfoot inspired popular interest in this vessel with his, I can't believe it, with his 1976 ballad, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The Edmund Fitzgerald was lost with her entire crew of 29 men, 29 souls, on Lake Superior, November 10, 1975. Wow, he wrote it right after that. 17 miles northwest of Whitefish Point, Michigan. Whitefish Point is the site of the Whitefish Point Light Station and Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum. There's the Edmund Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's 200-pound bronze bell was recovered on July 4th, 1995. This expedition was conducted jointly. About the ship. The SS Edmund Fitzgerald was conceived as a business enterprise of the Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The company contracted with Great Lakes Engineering Works of Ecorse, Michigan, to construct a maximum-sized Great Lakes bulk carrier Her keel was laid on August 7, 1957, as hull number 301. Named after the president and chairman of the board of Northwestern Mutual, Fitzgerald was launched June 8, 1958. Wow, at River Rouge, Michigan. She was placed under permanent charter to the Columbia Transportation Division of Ogle Bay Norton Company, Cleveland, Ohio. At 729 feet and 13,632 gross tons, she was the largest ship on the Great Lakes for 13 years, until 1971. The Fitzgerald's normal course during her productive life took her between Silver Bay, Minnesota, where she loaded taconite, to steel mills on the lower lakes in the Detroit and Toledo area. She was usually empty on her return trip to Silver Bay. On November 9, 1975, Fitzgerald was to transport a load of taconite from Superior, Wisconsin to Zug Island, Detroit, Michigan. There's her launch. Through the eyes of Captain Cooper, this is the last interview conducted. The Anderson, he was 10 miles behind the Fitzgerald that night. The final voyage of the Edmund Fitzgerald began November 9 at the Burlington Northern Railroad Dock Number 1, Superior, Wisconsin. Captain Ernest M. McSorley had loaded her with 26,116 long tons of taconite pellets made of processed iron ore, heated and rolled into marble-sized balls. Departing Superior about 2:30 p.m., she was soon joined by the Arthur M. Anderson, which had departed Two Harbors, Minnesota, under Captain Bernie Cooper. The two ships were in radio contact. The Fitzgerald, being the faster, took the lead, with the distance between the vessels averaging 10 to 15 miles. Aware of a building November storm entering the Great Lakes from the Great Plains, Captain McSorley and Captain Cooper agreed to take the northerly course across Lake Superior, where they would be protected by highlands on the Canadian shore. This took them between Isle Royale and Keweenaw Peninsula. They would later make a turn to the southeast to eventually reach the shelter of Whitefish Point. Weather conditions continued to deteriorate. Gale warnings had been issued at 7 p.m. on November 9, upgraded to storm warnings early in the morning of November 10. While the conditions were bad, with winds gusting to 50 knots and seas 16 to 15 feet. Wow. Both captains had often piloted their vessels in similar conditions. In the early afternoon of November 10, the Fitzgerald had passed Michipicoten Island and was approaching Caribou Island. Captain Cooper maintained that he watched the Edmund Fitzgerald pass far too close to the 6th Fathom Shoal to the north of Caribou Island. He could clearly see the ship and the beacon on the Caribou on his radar set and could measure the distance between them. He and his officers watched the Fitzgerald pass right over the dangerous area of shallow water. By this time, snow and rising spray had obscured the Fitzgerald from sight, visible 17 miles ahead on radar. At 3:30 p.m. that afternoon, Captain McSorley radioed Captain Cooper and said, "Anderson, this is the Fitzgerald. I have a fence railed down, 2 vents lost or damaged, and a list. I am checking down. Will you stay by me till I get to Whitefish?" McSorley was checking down his speed to allow the Anderson to close the distance for safety. Captain Cooper asked McSorley if he had his pumps going, and McSorley said yes, both of them. As the afternoon wore on, radio communication with the Fitzgerald concerned navigational information, but no extraordinarily alarming reports were offered by Captain McSorley. About 5:20 p.m., the crest of a wave smashed the Anderson's starboard lifeboat, making it unusable. Captain Cooper reported winds from the northwest at a steady 58 knots, with gusts of 70 knots and seas of 18 to 25 feet. According to Captain Cooper, at about almost 7 p.m., he and the men in the Anderson pilot house felt a bump, felt the ship lurch, and then turned to see a monstrous wave engulfing their entire vessel from astern. No posh cabin for them. The wave worked its way along the deck, crashing on the back of the pilot house, driving the bow of the Anderson down into the sea. Quote, "Then the Anderson just raised up and shook herself off of all that water. Baroof! Just like a big dog. Another wave, just like the first one or bigger, hit us again. I watched those 2 waves head down the lake towards the Fitzgerald, and I think those were the 2 that sent her underwater." Clark spoke to the Fitzgerald one last time at 7:10 p.m. "Fitzgerald, this is the Anderson. Have you checked down?" "Yes, we have." "Fitzgerald, we are about 10 miles behind you and gaining about 1.5 miles per hour. Fitzgerald, there is a target 19 miles ahead of us, so the target would be 9 miles ahead of you." "Well," answered Captain McSorley, "am I going to be clear?" "Yes, he is going to pass to the west of you." "Well, fine. By the way, Fitzgerald, how are you making out with your problems?" "We are holding our own." "Okay, fine. I'll be talking to you later." Clark signed off. The radar signal was obscured by the sea return, and around 7:15 the Pip was lost again, but this time did not reappear. Clark called the Fitzgerald again at about 7:22 p.m. There was no answer. His written report states, At the time I became very concerned about the Fitzgerald. Couldn't see his lights when we should have. I then called William Clay Ford to ask him if my phone was putting out a good signal. I called the Coast Guard. With mounting apprehension, Captain Cooper called the Coast Guard once again at 8 p.m. The Coast Guard conducted an extensive search. On November 14th, a U.S. Navy plane equipped with a magnetic anomaly detector located a strong contact 17 miles north-northwest of Whitefish Point. During the following 3 days, the Coast Guard cutter Woodrush, using a side-scan sonar, located 2 large pieces of wreckage in the same area. Another sonar survey was conducted November 22. The most probable cause of the sinking of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald was the loss of buoyancy and stability resulting from massive flooding of the cargo hold. The flooding of the cargo hold took place through ineffective hatch closures as boarding seas rolled along the spar deck. "29 men were lost when the Fitzgerald went down. There is absolutely no conclusive evidence to determine the cause of the sinking. The bell of the ship is now on display." That's the story of the Edmund Fitzgerald. All right, so we have 15 minutes till ham, and is there something going on? All right, so I'm going to be right back. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to be right back. I have to use the loo.
The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down with the big lake they call Gitchagumi. The lake, it is said, never when the skies of November turn gloomy. With a load of iron ore, 26,000 tons more than the Edmund Fitzgerald weighed empty. That good ship and true was a bone to be chewed when the gales of November came early. The ship was the pride of the American side, coming back from some mill in Wisconsin. As the big freighters go, it was bigger than most, with a crew and good captain well seasoned, concluding
That's too loud.
with a couple of steel firms when they left fully loaded for Cleveland. Then later that night when the ship's bell rang, could it be the north wind they'd been feeling? The wind in the wires made a tattletale sound, and the wave broke over the railing. And every man knew, as the captain did too, 'twas the witch of November come stealing. The dawn came late and the breakfast slashing. When afternoon came, it was freezing rain. In the face of a hurricane, west wind.
All right, so I'm going to see.
When summertime came, the old cook came on deck saying, "Fella."
All right, so you get the idea of the song. I want to see if I'm going to put this. I'm going to try to charge this. There we go. All right, let me call. I got to call. Gotten several calls. Wow, MK. Hello. Hey. So I didn't answer when you called because I was live, so I still am. Yeah, and it looks like Twitter is working.
Okay, so you're gonna open up your space with Ham? Okay, a lot happened since you were going live. Did you see the tweet Ham put out? He
No.
talked to Busy. Busy is walking away from the MMTLP community because Andrew
So sorry, everybody. Somebody earlier, was it BJ? Somebody mentioned Ham's tweet, and apparently there has been some tweets by Ham. So, but the call's still on. I forget who brought it up. Thank you. I just received a phone call from somebody else, and I put it on mute so that they had privacy. But my gosh, the drama. My goal isn't drama, by the way. My goal is Joe Mommer. My goal is Joe Mommer. Hopefully I'm not muted now. No. And we will have, I hope, a good call with him. There's so much stress going on. Everybody's under a lot of stress. So we have to be forgiving and somewhat understanding of our humanness. Sorry, I'm just looking at baseball scores. Maybe you guys would be interested by baseball scores. The Cardinals beat the Tigers 12-6, and Lars Nootbaar went 1 for 5, had 2 RBIs. That's about all I cared about in that particular game. The Marlins beat the Cubs in 14 innings, and unfortunately, oh wow, Sandy Alcantara pitched 8.1 innings with only allowing 2 runs. And they went through all sorts of relief pitchers. All right, 5 minutes to the call. Dodgers haven't played yet. The Nationals are losing to the Diamondbacks by 3 points. You're going to make spaghetti. Spaghetti. Is vocal dead? I don't think so. Hang on.
more quickly.
I know it's one. You only have less than a minute till people start coming on. All right, here's Anna. Hang on. Hello.
Hey, William, am I live on something? Did you play my call on your live show?
No, I didn't. I had the mic off.
Oh, God, I could hear you when I said, because Andrew, and then it muted. You did mute my whole phone call.
I muted the whole thing. I muted the whole thing. But I muted the whole thing. Don't worry. I muted it all. On both.
Okay, I don't like drama. This is stressing me out.
Just ignore it. Gary's ready. I just told him don't focus on it.
Okay, did you open up your call? I'm about
I did.
to log in.
I did open it. No one's joined it yet, but I opened
I'm
it.
gonna join now.
All right.
Did you tweet it out?
I don't know how to tweet.
Oh gosh, William.
It's 371 people joining. All right, 7 o'clock right now.
All right, so send me. Okay, I'm gonna find it right now.
All right, bye. All right, so we should be. That was Anna checking. Start listening. Start listening. All right. No one's. No one's showing up yet. So Anna's gonna come on. And maybe it's not working. I don't know. She's going to come on right now. I'm going to send it to her.
Bill, give yourself the mic.
I will get, I give myself the mic. Mic's on. Give myself the mic. There's just nobody else on it. Anyway, I'm sending it to Anna right now. It's annoying. She's all stressed out.
Not me.
We're live, but no one's on it. I wonder why. Let me check. Maybe I'm just not that popular. No one sees the space on the Twitter, so what have I done wrong? All right.
I see it.
It says couldn't schedule place. Please try again. Couldn't schedule space. Please try again. Start now. Ended. It's saying, is someone fucking with it? See details. Start now. Couldn't start scheduled space. Please tries again. Start now. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna go to Anna and get her to help.
Want me to call you back?
Yeah, call me back in a second. Let me call her.
Trying to find the space, but I can't find it anywhere.
I just DM'd it to you, and it's saying it can't start. Are they crashing again, or can somebody interfere with it? I just DM'd it to you.
I couldn't open a space earlier either.
I know. I'm wondering if spaces are crashed.
I can open it. Hold on. I'm going to try to open one now.
All right, that'd be great. Everybody will come to it.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Maybe they're attacking Elon Musk.
I think they're attacking you and I because we hold because of our voices.
Could be. I'm looking to see if you've done it.
But can you let him know not to talk about the...
Yeah. I did tell him.
Please ask him not to...
Just let some people come on first. It's working. We've got Ham is here. I gotta get my speaker. Sorry, I gotta get my mic, Ham. She's giving it to me right now. She hasn't given it yet. All right, here, co-host. Hey everybody, thank you, Anna. I don't know, you said to co-host, but I don't know, it didn't do it. Anyway, I have Ham on the line, and I don't know how many people are here, but he wants to get started, so we'll just get started.
Are you ready?
So Ham, go ahead.
All right, so just to clear up the confusion here, a few of the fighters that I actually met and fought with in D.C. and speak with are being fighting with some guy in California. I don't even know his stupid name, but you know what? He uses my name. I really don't care. Again, he's an MMTL person. Again, I did everything I can to help that community. The game is in full. That game is in lockdown. Okay, I don't know what he keeps fighting about. What they're dragging in anybody else. People that fight for the cause of naked short selling, I'm standing behind. Do you want to throw other people under the bus? People have their money locked up. For any asshole that takes it out on people who have their money locked up and try to get them more aggravated, he doesn't stand out my books. I don't give a shit. Just block him. Don't bring my name up. I really don't care about the guy. I don't know him. You're not my friend. I really don't give a shit. All right? I did everything I can to help John Berta, MMTLP out 10 times. You don't even know what I've done. But don't use my name. And the people that are fighting, just block that asshole and end the conversation. Stay away from him. Anyone that wants to piss on and break apart a community is an idiot. Go stand with the crooks. All right, let's move it right along. Again, I don't really give a shit about that guy. All right? I've been here 23 years of fighting, not 9 months, 140 days. So cut the bullshit out. We're here to break the shorts. All right? That's what the game is about. And for those who are in a coma, the whole banking sector is being ripped off and destroyed. And you know what I say about it? Good. All the investors that got wiped out, your pension money, good. No, they need to fight back and stand up like we have. All right? People are getting destroyed. Okay? My brother-in-law works for a big bank, and he lost 50% of his revenue working all year. It's gone out the window already. And people are fuming at real banks. Okay? Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, they're fine. Everybody else is getting destroyed over this. Okay? Most of these banks just get thrown out with the dishwater, as they say. They just get slaughtered because it's easy to steal the money. The SEC has to do something to protect the banks. In 2008, they put a ring around the financial institutions, and everybody's going to scream and cry because they'll have Goldman Sachs on there, JP Morgan. They're going to protect them because you can see what happens with naked shorts. They killed Bear Stearns and Lehman. So once they pick a target, they think they're Julius Caesar, and they can kill it at will. All right? A couple of people are posting now that short selling, we need it, it's important. The only people that say that are the short sellers. I don't know about you. When a stock goes up and I feel it's overpriced and I'm long and I'm making money on it, I don't need a short seller to tell me how to sell a stock. If you do need a short seller to tell you how to sell your stock, then you should be in the equity markets and stop doing it. Okay, these guys are all frauds, and I'm going to give you 3 examples. Besides I don't know how many banking stocks were destroyed. Okay, trillions of dollars just stolen, market cap destroyed over nothing. I'm going to give you what I think is 3 blatant frauds. One is IEP. What's his name? Carl Icahn stock. That was written by Hindenburg. Hindenburg is just like Carson Black. These guys come out with stories calling everybody a fraud. If it's a fraud, where's the DOJ? They should be shutting it down immediately. Warren Buffett, I put up 2 days before after he was attacked. I said, this guy destroyed Pershing Square and Herbalife. He did that for fun. You think he wasn't going to defend his stock? He came back, he gave out a special $2 cash dividend. Okay? Stock ran back $9 already. Carl Icahn knows how to destroy short sellers. He's very powerful. You get his friends and you're going to run over Hindenburg and their nonsense. All right, that's number 1. But who made the money on the $10 downdraft when they yelled fraud? Okay? Just follow the puts and the short sales before, a couple of days before, to see what happened. You can find the unusual activity. Just go look. Going back, I think it was a year and a half ago, Jim Chanos, another famous short seller. Everybody's always on TV. He's the most famous short seller. He put out Dog Victor Apple is a fraud, another fraud call. Stock went from 59 to 53. I remember it because I watched it. He knocked it down. There was never any fraud allegations that came out. The DOJ, no one ever stopped it. It went to 53, and I said it's either going to be a 0 or going to double to $120-something. I said, well, that stock turned. It went to $130, and the biggest holder in that company was Warren Buffett. So Warren Buffett and his friends just squeezed Jim Chanos on his fraud call. That didn't work there either. Okay? Recently, we had ETSY, where Andrew Leff came out with that Etsy is selling counterfeit goods. All of a sudden, counterfeit is a bad word in the equity markets. Not for stock settlement, but if they sell a counterfeit T-shirt, Etsy, who represents all the sellers, is now dragged into this thing, and the stock was killing the shorts. It went from 80 to 130, and that's when they attacked it. That's when Andrew Leff came out with the fraud. They came out with the counterfeits. They're selling counterfeits. And they knocked the stock down. They took the momentum out of it, and the shorts gained control of the stock again. The stock was running away from them. Those are 3 big companies that have been attacked by short sellers. All use the magic word of fraud. Okay? They hide under these reports. They work together as a pack of wolves. All right? So I showed you the bank stocks. I showed you 3 companies that I followed. I have not invested in any of these companies. So if anyone thinks that I'm sitting here promoting anything, I have nothing to do with any of them. All right? This is about stock settlement, 23 years of chasing short sellers, reporting to the SEC, the DOJ, you name it, we called it. We've been saying it for a long time. We protested. I met people at MMTLP in D.C., all wonderful people, taking time away from their families, including William, who lives down in D.C., taking time to go out there and fight for everybody, okay? No one can help MMTLP here right now. It's in the courts. The SEC and FINRA are going to come out with their ruling. The lawyers are going to get the blue sheet investigation, and the shit will hit the fan. That's all you can say about that. You can annoy the SEC and FINRA if you like. That's what I would do. If my money was locked down, that's what I would do. I wouldn't sit here pissing on each other. I would go after the people that are harming you. All right? But that's a different story. Obviously, everybody's getting on each other's skin because their money's been gone for 140 days, and I get it. All right? So, again, that's something you guys got to work out. Don't drag myself into your fight. I've done everything I can to help everyone. So, again, if you guys have a beef with somebody, you don't like them, just ban them, block them. Take it easy. Don't listen to them. Don't talk to them. That's the way it goes. Don't get yourself riled up, aggravated. Your money's tied up. You don't need more aggravation for you or your family. So don't let some, stooge trying to get underneath your skin. Just walk away from it. That's the way to be. Okay. Now I'm talking about GTII. I watched this gentleman's video. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. He was talking about MMTLP, then he turns the channel to GTII, and he did a little piece about the dividend and how the brokerage firms each are telling people different stories, and they're blaming GTII. GTI gave out a master dividend, and that's what happens is the dividend shares are sent to the DTC. The DTC breaks it among the brokers. For example, the DTC has 1 million shares for Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch gets the 1 million shares. Merrill Lynch breaks up that certificate into everyone's name. That's all it is. Okay? They're allowed to break it up. The dividend has been filed with the SEC. It's been approved by the SEC. So there's no approvals needed. It's like anybody else who does the dividend. When it comes to GTI, the reason there's all kinds of stories coming out is because if you were short, what would you say? Everyone would say the same thing. The dog ate my homework. All right? That's what everybody says. They're changing the stories, and they try to break people apart because they're giving different stories and chase you away. All right? The company's well aware of it. The company's going to West Christian. Every time someone gives me a story, we send it to the company and let them send it to West Christian. All right? That's what goes on and behind the scenes. Now you know how bad Wall Street is because you can see it in the banking community. They don't care what they kill. Okay? These guys don't care what's there. They just want to get as much money as possible into their pockets and couldn't give a rat's ass to who's looking. And I would say that, just my own opinion, that GTII and like a stock like Finger Motion, MMTLP, I can't say anything about it. It's already shut down. I think that when you get near the end of these things, a lot of stuff is done from offshore where these guys can fold up in a minute and disappear. Okay, because you got to be out of your bird to be standing around names that are this hot. Okay, hot meaning that there's a truck in front of the SEC. Hot meaning, with GTII, that Alpine is got a formal complaint from the SEC and FINRA going after them for criminal charges. Okay, that's the prime broker for the criminals. You have to be insane to keep doing business there. All right, when this is going on. So that leads me to believe that whoever's doing this is coming from offshore and will walk away from these trades. All right, because once they get pulled out and they get the death penalty and shut down, everyone's going to run. And to save his ass from criminal charges of money laundering, wire fraud, the guy from Alpine will give up everybody. They'll give up the accounts who did what because they don't want to go to jail. All right, that's how it always works. I told you, I know 3 rats already. One that worked at Scottsdale and 2 at Alpine. They all talk, okay? I'm not in the middle of that. That's been passed up to people way above my pay grade, all right? But rats come out all the time. You can see that the SEC is so full of shit. They bet out all those whistleblowers. We've been with them. We get paid. I always said, if there's any money in this thing, donate mine to cancer research. I don't want anything. But we've called, I can't tell you how many days in a row. Bill was part of this. We called the SEC every day at 12 noon.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we called every day. We put the truck at CNBC, Fox, the DTC, the SEC, the DOJ, the FBI, FINRA. We even put it at what's his name? That dope from the sports betting thing. What's that? I forgot his name. The sports betting guy from Michigan. I forgot the kid's name. Whatever. He wanted to start a fight against Wall Street. Then he backed up because they spoke Penn Gaming, I think it was. Whatever. What's the name of that? I forgot the name of that place. It was in Manhattan. We put the truck in front of Lynn Partners. We put it in front of the Kramer's office. The truck in front of Newsday. What else can we possibly do? Shoot rockets in the sky. We've done everything possible. We went to D.C. I met, Anna down there. I met William. I met other shareholders. We knocked on doors. And I'm sure the people that we knocked on the doors now are looking at our little folder about naked short selling and trying to say, that's the only thing they didn't save, the banking stocks. All right. I didn't know they were going to tear them apart after I walked out the door. Anyway, anybody have any questions? Give it a shot, and I can go off at that point.
So let me see if there's any questions. One guy wanted me to ask you about Kodak, and
Yes.
he's
I spoke with. Is he there? I can talk about it.
yeah, he has a long name, so I can't remember it.
No problem. On Kodak, I spoke with the representatives from Rochester. Okay. I went in, told them I was a whistleblower. William was with me. We had the attention of their attorneys and the people in the office, and we told them that if they would help fight naked short selling, we could help turn around Kodak in the city of Rochester. All right. I made it short, but you can imagine how we expanded on how if Kodak turns up, they can grow businesses, start new businesses, things can happen. All because of stock settlement. A whole town, Rochester. The biggest part of Rochester is Eastman Kodak. It's been for 100 years. That was a Dow component stock that's now sitting here at $3 or $4. Okay, given an influx of cash. Okay, that whole town takes off. Coffee shops, people buy cars, the auto mechanics, houses. The whole town turns around. Believe me, their eyes are wide open. So I think I think we'll revisit with them shortly. Anyway, again, next.
So there's one guy's asking me, not me, but he's asking, why is GTI dropping after the dividend? He thought that would make it stronger.
The dividend is here to expose the shorts. Okay? And you sit there and say, well, how come they're not buying it in? The buy-in is brought to us by the street. We don't control it. GTI can't control it. I can't control it. Nobody can. If Merrill Lynch has a problem, they are going to take the liability of the short seller. Okay, they're being exposed. If people don't get their dividends, who owes it to them? Well, if Merrill Lynch doesn't call for delivery of the stock, they take the liability of it for it. So if you're going to sue anybody because of not getting delivered the dividends, think about in a courtroom, okay, we go to the judge and says, well, Your Honor, I didn't get my dividend. Merrill Lynch, why didn't you get the dividend? Who'd you give his money to when you bought the stock? We don't know. You never asked who you gave the money to? No. How come you didn't settle the trade? We forgot. How come you didn't get the dividend? Well, we didn't want to insult the short seller. They can't answer the questions. Those are the basic questions. And if you're on the jury, what are you going to say? Oh, they gave Mr. X's money to a guy we don't know. You don't even know who you gave it to, and now you're defending him? The jury's going to hang him. The judge will hang him. And that's where we need to bring this case. Okay? We can't force the dividends to squeeze, but we're putting the brokerage firms in a tight bind. It's either them or the short sellers. And you know what? You never know when it's going to pop, where Merrill Lynch or E-Trade or whoever it may be says enough of this shit. We're going to take a beating for it. Close out this transaction. Because if they buy him in, all they have to do is, let's say Merrill Lynch, I'll use it for example, has to buy in 1 million shares, and they lose $50 million. They just send a bill. It's called a due bill. They send it to the prime broker of the short seller. That's it. The reason they don't buy each other in, because let's say it was Morgan Stanley was the prime broker. Morgan Stanley's going to say, Merrill Lynch, you're buying us in here, we're going to buy you in here. It's a family-run business, the back offices on Wall Street. It's unregulated. That's where the crime lies. So the short sellers got the protection of the brokerage firms. That's something we cannot control. We know how to expose it. Okay? When you expose it, you get the proof. GTII has been getting proof the whole time. They have West Christian, everyone watching it. Okay? This is how you get the proof. MMTLP is waiting for the proof through the Blue Sheet investigation. As of right now, everybody's yelling, we got proof, where's the proof? There's no proof until the Blue Sheet comes out. Then you'll have the proof. Okay? That's how this has to work. We all know the system is completely broken. If the company didn't do anything, the stock would be pennies. Okay? The shorts are sitting here trying to buy back stock Otherwise, they would kill it down. They can't kill it down because they know people are watching. Okay? They're trying to knock the stock down so that you say, how come the stock isn't going up? The dividend didn't work. I disagree. The dividend has worked and proof will pop out. Again, we cannot force the issue. Next question.
Next question, in no order. Someone is asking, should we all ask our brokers to send our restricted shares to the transfer agent?
I'm waiting to get an answer back from the company's legal department at West Christian. I don't know. I can't advise you on that yet. I told my friends to do it. Okay, I told my friends to ask for this certificate, and they're all getting these runarounds. But again, sending it to the transfer agent, why not? I can't advise you because I don't know you. All right, but I can't use that until the company could say something. I can't advise everybody to do that.
So
but I told my personal friends to do that.
Two people, Paulie and Giannis, ask similar question. What are your thoughts on 1-800 next week?
If I was an investment banker in on the deal, I would tell you I have no idea. It's a big deal. I have nothing to do with it. I don't know the gentleman. I've never met the gentleman. Never spoke to the man. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. But I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
I look at. Listen, we started this fight. It's about stock settlement. I've been telling people for 2.5 years, Bill. Do I care what a company does? Yes or no?
No.
How many times have I said that?
You really don't.
I could care less what a company does. And I'll give you an example. I love going to the movies. I always go make a donation to AMC. I buy the stupid popcorn. I buy the soda. Love going to the movies. Why does anybody want to kill this company at all costs? I don't know. I never seen anything like it. I was brought up going to the movies. I bring my kids to the movies. Who's got a fight with the movie theaters? There's not many in the world in your area. Who wants them out of business? What's the big deal? But they want this company gone because they sold too many shares in that company. Okay? You could just see, and here it is a company that came out with good news on Friday. The stock was down 6 cents, I think. Companies, business is booming. The movies are coming out. It's the summer. People used to buy the ski resort stocks in the summer and sell them in the winter when people were skiing. In the movie theaters, the big time is when the kids are out of school, and that's coming up now. And the stocks don't even move. Why would you keep fighting? Shut them all down and tell everybody there's no more movie theaters. Good luck. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
So I really don't. I have no idea about mergers and acquisitions. Again, I met John Berner. He's the type of guy that understands mergers and acquisitions. I'm not that guy. I'm a stock trader. I know numbers. When numbers don't make sense, that's when they stick out, and that's what I do. But go ahead, next one.
Well, it just, you don't have to spend long on it. Somebody said there's earnings expected tomorrow for Kodak. I don't think that changes your answer one way or the other.
I'm going at Kodak that we can help save the city of Rochester. The woman that is from the state of New York, Elise, how do I pronounce her name? William, do you know her? I kept tagging everybody about her today. She's great. I forgot her name. How do you say her name? Hold on.
What, are you talking about Shaughnessy?
No, Elise Stefanek.
Oh, yeah, Stefanek, yeah.
She's from the state of New York. She's wonderful. She's bright, and she's asking people, what fight do you want me to bring to Congress? And I've been banging her all day, telling her all day, hey, make a short sell, we can deliver. It helps. Pension funds get ripped off. New York State, she's a brilliant woman, and you know what? I would love nothing more than to actually get 5 minutes to tell her about it. But anyway, that's
Sergio asks you, how much should he put on Florida State to win the national championship?
I sold my kidney, Sergio.
Several people are asking what's going on with Wes. Is he getting the blue sheets on GTII?
Wes is in complete lockdown. Okay, I know Wes personally. I haven't heard from him in a month and a half. It basically is since it's public companies that it attach these stuff to, you can't get. There's no information. It's locked down.
And changing this, you're easy to flip back and forth. People are asking, do you think MMTLP will trade this month or some sort of solution? I'm mixing several.
I think again, MMTLP. I feel awful that everyone's locked in. When they shut the stock down, these guys stuck their foot in their own mouth. They destroyed themselves. Shouldn't run the SEC. When you got the freedom of information, that was outstanding stuff. That helps everybody. Now you got the Mark Bazile filing for the blue sheets. Okay, that's not a lawsuit, he said. I think he said May 19th. They have to be in court. I think the final court date is May 29th, something like that. Don't hold me to it. But those are the days. I was on a call with them. You know, this is going to be earth-shattering. If they show you the numbers, everyone's going to say, you know, the numbers are going to be, if it's 165 and it's 265 or 365, how did all these shares get into the system, right? That's going to be your answer. If they don't show it to you, we're all going to scream that you know it's big, and the only reason they're not showing it is because of the problem, right? So they're caught in a rat trap, these people. They have to show the information. If the information was, if we were all wrong about it, they would have gave you the information already, all right? And the emails back and forth from the SEC and FINRA basically tell you they know there's a problem already. So they pulled the blue sheets for a reason, all right? How anybody around that, so my opinion of it, okay, and I don't know anything, I know just as much as everyone here, I think that they're not going to show the numbers because the system would implode, you know, once everybody sees this number. I think they're going to go to the MMTLP shareholders and sort of, you know, figure out a way to compensate everybody. You know, I'm just making a guess. You know, if the stock if the higher was $12, they come out and say, hey, we'll give you $20 or $30, and they'll make a bid for it. You know, everybody can sell it to them at that price, and this way they can clean it up. Hey, we gotta buy 200 million shares at $30. Tender your shares, or you don't get $30. That's it. Anybody can tender them, or you can hold on to it. And you bought an oil and gas property. Maybe it's worth $100. I don't know. Will they let it trade? I don't know. My opinion, if they let it trade, it's only because the number's not going to be that high. But they would have done that already. So the number's going to be high. I don't believe they're going to let it trade. I think they're going to reward everybody way past what you think you're going to get. I don't think you're going to, I don't know if they're going to let it squeeze, but they're going to give you a good number. And then they got to settle up with Wes and the people behind the lawsuit. I mean, they have a two-pronged problem here. But you're going to get compensated. They're not letting this go away. You're going to get your money back. There's 65,000 people screaming. They got to take care of it. Everybody knows about it. So, I mean, what else are they going to do? Hide it? Yeah. So,
this question you can hit and run. Well, there's two on GTII. One is why are insiders selling, which, they just dribble out 1% a month.
Insiders have been here. Insiders have done nothing for 2.5 years.
Exactly.
If the insiders weren't on your side, when Charlie Mayo, go back 2.5 years, called up, and he's the Kramer's stooge. He called the company up, offered them money to buy stock from the company. Okay, I think it was $1.50 to $2 range. The company said no. The company, I've heard, has gotten multiple calls. When the stock went to 9, if management wasn't your friend, what would they have done? They would have taken money at $9 or $7, whatever the discount was, and filled up the company with money and said, screw you. What did the company do? Nothing. So to say that a company's selling a few shares to support their lives, which they've done to support us, they hired Wes Christian. Do you think Wes Christian would take a case if the insiders were selling stock to destroy their deal? I doubt it.
They're also asking what you might know, because you had discussed there was a possible whistleblower a few weeks ago, I guess.
I submitted the information to Wes. That's out of my hands. Listen, it's a dangerous situation. If you worked in a company and I was giving your name, you want it all over the street? No. So basically, that's how it goes.
And then now, just to switch, Finger, people are asking, do you think that's going to move? I'm approximating.
Listen,
Is that going to move
listen,
soon?
I
What
can't give
do
you my
options
opinion.
do?
I can give you my opinion on it. I know people that have been buying the stock. The other day, the stock popped to 270 after the market closed. The next day, they're right back moving it down. A friend of mine bought 20,000 on Friday between 225 down to 218. He kept putting up 500 share bids, 500, and they just kept tapping him, shorting it down. So they needed to mark it down on Friday. When does it go? I don't know. But when the stock ran, the stock had a reported short, which I was following since 2018. Okay? Again, this is 5 years following the stock. The naked short, that name was 9 million. When the stock exploded up to 10, okay, the short number exploded to almost 126 million shares. Okay? Then we could sit there and say, well, they covered. Well, that's not true. I know people were buying it. Okay, I know people who paid up to $9 for it, $9.50 for it. Okay, people were buying it. This is a company that has a very small float, very held by insiders, very tight. They raised money from very strong people at $5. Okay, and the stock just got manipulated down. Who was trying to convert Lynn Partners? They were trying to hold the company hostage, trying to market as low as they can so they can convert. Those are the guys that manipulated the stock down from 10 all the way back down. Okay? Now the company has paid them off. They didn't even want to take back the money. When can you pay back a loan and don't want the money? They were trying to keep it open while they manipulated the stock down. And now they're trapped. The company has nothing to do with them. And I showed a couple of companies that these guys, SYTA is a company that they funded at 10. The stock is 11 cents. HUBC is one they just started to fund. That's another one, 10 cents. Next up, BRAG. They got a $10 million note. My friend knew the CEO was at Lynn Partners the day we had the truck in front of their building. The CEO knew about it. He went in there. They convinced them that they're good people. These guys destroy. The only way they get their money back is by shorting the stock. That's how they get their money out of these deals. So what they do is they put up $10 million and they sell $50 million worth of stock. The stock goes down to pennies, and this is when they convert at the bottom. Just to tell you about a company, I went to see a company, CELU. Brilliant doctors, scientists. CELU, the stock was 80 cents. I told him if they don't fight back, he says, well, we need to raise money. I said, if you raise money, you're going to get the NASDAQ delisting notice. They got that already. They raised money. They raised money last week. I think it's 60-something cents. The stock was down to 49 cents. When does a company raise money is a negative? Everybody who raises money, it's a negative.
I know.
It's a good thing when companies raise money. They're not going away. All the negative, all the stuff that's the overhang is, they can pay the electric bill. They can pay the scientists. That guy, CELU, takes the placenta, where people have babies and they create cancer diseases and blood disorders and all kinds of stuff. And the company's 49 cents. 49 cents.
Unbelievable.
You know the next thing that's going to happen, they're going to have to reverse it because they're going to get over $1, and they'll just do it again. I told everyone, I spoke with the CEO of MULN. I helped design everything. I had lawyers, designed everything for the guy, and they chickened out. I can't help it when they don't want to do it, what they want to do. So he decided to fight it. The stock went 50 cents. Where'd it go to? 4 cents. And what did he do? Reversed it, and now he's got $1.50 stock, and he's starting over again. But everyone who was invested in the company lost 25% of their money. And you still have a stock that's $1.50. I mean, so the damage is It's just, I don't know what the market cap was, the company was before, but the whole thing is worth $227 million, and they're building cars, electric cars that work, and everyone tells me they're good-looking cars.
So I'll just put this out here. Ziggy says that he's so tired of the dog and pony show. My opinion, Ziggy, you should just sell and find
Absolutely.
another
If you're
stock.
too tired of it, Ziggy, take your loss, move on, call the SEC, call a cop. I'm with you. Go to the FBI, file your report. You've been held up without a gun, okay? I've been doing this 23 years. I get the fight. I understand it. Fighting's not for everybody. That's the way. That's what you got people fighting for you. Let them fight and stand behind them. If you can't do it, you know what's going to happen. They stole from you. They're going to steal from your kids. They're going to steal from your grandkids. That's what happens, Ziggy. All right? If you don't fight, this is what's going to happen. We've been fighting. I've been fighting 23 years with my friends. And I've had a bunch of wonderful people like Anna and William and Busy Brands and numerous other people that have stand here and fought hard with us. I can't name them all. And that's why we're standing here today.
There's not the one guy's saying, why is Ham continuing to lead retail on? I just think if you're negative, just get out of the stock. No,
I'm not leading you on.
I know that. I know that.
Listen, anyone who says that, go open the newspaper and go look at the headlines on the bank stocks. So if you think I'm leading people on, I'm trying to educate you about what they're doing, and you just got an education about the bank stocks. If you have the balls to say that I'm leading people on lying about this shit, then call a cop, go to the SEC. I'll be glad to join you anywhere, anytime. They're destroying your livelihood. All right? I know you probably don't have a good job or whatever it is, but don't take it out on the rest of us that want to invest in the equity markets and save our families. That's what I'm doing it for. If you can't handle it, move on. I got it. There's no big deal. Go short stocks. Go to the other side.
There's no diamond hands here. We're not trying to. Anyway,
you can sell anytime you like. Move along anytime you like. And if you do sell and you're pissed off, call the SEC up. Tell them whatever you like. Say, hey, do me a favor. Can you investigate the blue sheets and see who's selling all this GTI stock down? Because I'm a retail investor. I'd like to know who's selling it. Well, no shit. We want to know too. So go knock on the door and tell me what you get.
And here's a nice one. Jenny L says to tell you thank you, and you're doing great work, and that she really appreciates it.
Jenny, I appreciate it. Again, everyone here, we're not friends. We're acquaintances. I'm trying to educate you because I've seen the robbery over the years. I had my friend blow his brains out in Central Park. I have friends of mine that have heart attacks. I've lost friendships over this. I've seen people quit their jobs. Total spirals out of control. I've seen their companies naked shorted. So if I didn't speak up about this, then everybody on this call, you'd be getting wiped out because no one's fighting together. I decided to fight. I started by myself on Twitter, talking to myself. I didn't ask anyone to follow me. I didn't dial your number. You called me tonight on this call. I didn't tell you to come in here and I was going to hold your hand and help you make money. All right? I can do that, but I don't do that. That's not what this is about. I give you my opinions. I give you the proof. I give you the data. And I show you the regulators are protecting the crooks. I can't help that. Yeah, thank you very much, anyway.
No, that's it. She's a great fan of yours, and I'm sorry to give you these couple of negative people. They're jerks.
I don't care. Don't bother me.
So GTII and Finger, you're obviously, these are the two you like. Do you have a sense of timing and how high they can go?
You can't listen. They listen. The other day, I got a call from a hedge fund telling me that the next Chinese stock they were going to squeeze is that HKD. I was sitting there saying, "Oh, make it FNGR." Waiting for that group out of China. I don't know. I'm sitting here like you saying, "Come on, end this misery already." My family's livelihood is at stake here. I don't think I want to sit here and babysit this nonsense all day long over stock settlement. The company is doing wonderful things, and it doesn't mean a thing. Think about that. It's like Apple Computer if they had a wonderful Apple phone and we all bought it and the stock never went anywhere, we'd all be scratching our heads. All right? That's exactly what they're doing to small cap companies like CELU working on cancer, or Northwest Bio, or VUZI, or KOPN, or APPN. I hear it all day long.
Here's one, GTI or Finger. In other words, if you're going to buy one or the other. I don't know how to...
Listen, you make your own decisions on that. You just ask me the question, and I'll give you my best I can do.
Yeah.
Are you want me to tell them?
Give your best chance. I mean, they...
No, listen. GTII, the proof, we put the proof up there every day. Doza posts every day the data from FINRA. Every day at 5:30. He was nice enough to take over for me because I can't do it every day. He puts it out at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. The proof, the naked short numbers. For those who don't understand the naked short numbers, I'll go through it again. There's only 4 ways you can buy and sell a stock. You can buy a stock, you can sell a stock, you can sell a stock short when you borrow it legitimately. And the 4th way is the market maker exemption, where they're allowed to naked short without a borrow. The market maker exemption has run amok, where all these day trading firms, all these hedge funds have teamed up with the market maker, use their license, and they use their license, they piggyback them, they call direct access, and they just go in here and slaughter stocks. They just keep selling it. They don't cover it. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it was 300 million shares. They said that if they have equity shares of 300 million. Every company's going to get 400 million extra shares floating around. Remember, when these guys sell the stock, they get the money. The public company gets the shareholder. And it's basically the shareholder has bought an unregistered security, which is complete fraud. Any stock, GameStop, AMC, MMTLP. MMTLP belongs to who got getting going to get nothing. They bought an unregistered security. Who sold it to them? Who has the right to sell that? Go look at the SEC rule on sale of unregistered security. You go to jail.
One person is pointing out that he feels like they must be scared because they're doing a lot right now to FUD.
That's exactly right. Listen, I just posted before. William, I said, when you get the most flack when you're over the target. For people that are young, in World War II, the planes used to fly over Germany. They were trying to shoot them down. They shoot all the rockets up in the sky trying to knock down the planes. That is, they call them flak. The little bullets, when they break apart, they break into the plane. So they try to shoot you down. Okay? This is common. People before Twitter, the choice the only thing that we used to have was the Raging Bull. That was the message board. It was independent. So if you were watching Finger Motion, it would be on a message board like StockTwits. You would have to go find Finger Motion. You would have to go find MMTLP. You would have to go find those stocks. On Twitter, it's a scrolling tape. Eventually, you're going to bump into things. And that's how this has gotten viral, is that people are bumping into the names and understanding the fraud, because there's so many people. There's a gentleman on GTI I never met. I watch his videos all the time, Ace. He's a 49er fan. He's always wearing that stupid 49er hat. But he's from Texas. I don't know how that happened, but he does great videos. He taught himself. I never even spoke to him.
Yep.
I don't know. I never advised him about doing it. I don't even know where he came from.
He's a good guy. He comes on
these calls. He's a good guy. Yeah. I mean, he's great. I love him. But again, I don't know them. There's people on this call. Thank you. I don't know everybody. When I feel I have to speak, I speak. It's getting boring for me to say the same stuff every day. They can only do the same thing every day. And I just explained to you the 4 ways to buy and sell a stock. The 4th way is how we get the data. It's the market maker exemption. I'll put up the loophole again on Twitter so you can read it again. They all know about it. I put up this story from The Economist from 2011, and if I wasn't speaking, okay, So the person who thinks I'm misleading retail, in 2011, The Economist, the #1 financial magazine in the world, posted that the regulators are concerned about all the unsettled trade, the plumbing of Wall Street. If I didn't post that, you wouldn't have any clue. I'm just showing you, I know all the dead bodies are buried. I know all the stories are, okay? I know what stories that these guys can't hide behind. When MMTLP goes to court, we can show them all the proof from 2008 where SEC chairman calls it fraudulent, naked short selling, manipulative. That was in 2008. Okay, in a video. It's right there. Everybody can see it. Everyone can go watch Jim Cramer telling you how hedge funds manipulate the markets. Okay, we all know it. We can all see it. We're not blind. And the education and the difference between GTII and finger motion, and I wish I could say MMTLP, but it's not trading, so I can't really, it's been shut down. But the difference between these names and a GameStop or AMC, before those started, people were not educated on how. I didn't follow AMC, so I don't remember what happened in the beginning, but I did follow a GameStop, and I did a report on GameStop just on naked shorting. I didn't give a shit about the games, although I did play Call of Duty. But I didn't give a shit about what they did. I'm not roaring kitty talking about I like the stock. I don't give a shit about the stock. I was showing you the proof that I had in my hands about naked short selling and how it was overcrowded, they call it. It was a crowded short, and these guys were trying to push it to zero. And I sent my report to hedge funds all over the street on naked shorting, not on what they do. Not on the next new game or whatever they were going to do. And everything they just started to melt up. And when it went, there's people on this call that I know that bought the stock off of my post from February 2021, I think. I don't even know what year it was anymore. Okay? At 3 3/4, they sold it because it didn't move. They all thought it was going to be a dog. I had friends that bought a ton of it at 3 3/4. They sold it at 5, 9, 12, 15. The highest my friend sold it was 118. And I can tell you, out of all those people, when they sold it, when the stock went to 500, they all wanted to jump out of a window. Okay? That's why I tell people, when you get involved in a name that, whatever name you're in, you know what? Owning 100 shares at the end sometimes is better than owning 10,000 shares, because you know what? You don't have to worry about it every day. It's a very small investment. But you know what? Owning 100 shares and selling it at 500 is better than selling 10,000 shares up $1 and making $10,000. After tax, you wind up with nothing. So I'm just saying, learn the game, learn how to trade, learn how to always make money, okay? I can't tell you how to invest, when to buy stocks. It's something in my gut that tells me when to do it. HKD, I didn't buy it. I have the money in my account to do it on Friday. But the stock at 660, where is it going? It's down from $2,500. It's either going to zero or it's going to turn up. We're at $6.60. All right, so friends of mine call me up. I said, take a shot at 660. What's the worst that can happen? You lose a quarter, lose $1. But if it turns, maybe you get 10 points out of it. I don't know. But that's how I look at things.
What's happening with the 19 million shares, somebody's asking?
Someone's been calling around for that. I posted about Wedbush today. Wedbush got fined for naked shorting. Just to take a step back, there was a Bloomberg story where they asked the Wedbush analyst, I think it was a Wedbush analyst, about what the banks can do to protect themselves versus the short sellers. And I wrote back to Unusual Whales. I said, you're asking these guys for information how to protect them? He said there was nothing they could do but continue doing business. I wrote down 10 claims against Wedbush for naked shorting and security fraud. These guys are a hotbed of naked short selling, and I can't believe they asked that guy for information. It's like telling girls how to not go out and get raped, by a rapist. I mean, it was a disgrace that they even actually asked that guy. Okay, but again, these things happen all the time. You have to understand I'm trying to do the work and get you to read stuff that will help you make an educated decision on whatever you do.
Somebody keeps asking, how did it feel? What did you feel like when you made $900,000? You probably don't even remember. You probably remember the hot dog scene more.
I bought a yellow Ferrari the next day.
and
I
gave it
flew
to
to
you.
Cleveland. I got on a plane at 2:00. I remember. I'll give you the story. I got on a plane at 2:00. I left my trading desk. They said, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm going to buy a Ferrari." I got on a plane, flew to Cleveland, Ohio. Got off the plane. Some guy met me at the airport. I knew nothing about it. I looked around at the car like I was a big shot. I looked under the hood like I was looking for something. And the guy goes, "You know anything about these cars?" I said, "Sure." I said, "Point me back to New York." I gave him a check. I told him to leave his license plates. And then, I don't know, maybe 6 hours later, we went past Happy Valley in Pennsylvania in the middle of the night, and I got home. That was it.
That's a good story.
It's a true story.
That's great. At least you got something out of that money instead of keeping trading.
Always never turn a winning trade into a losing trade.
I also think
For example, I'll give you an example. Let's say you bought Carl Icahn stock at $30, and on Friday it went up $8, and you say, "Oh my God, Carl Icahn's, this guy Ham posted this thing. I bought it because he said that Carl Icahn always fights," and it goes back $9. You say, "Oh my God, you know what? I'm going to keep holding on because I think it's going to go to the moon." And I look at it differently and say, "Okay, I'll kiss my ass that I made 9 points. I bought 1,000 shares. I'm going to sell 800 and hold on to 200. And if it does pull back 5 points, because maybe that was the shorts trying to cover on Friday, I took advantage of the shorts. I stayed in it. But if it pulls back down 5 points, I'll buy back my other 800 shares, and then I'll go for the ride. But I wanted to lock in money, so I want to turn a winning trade not into a losing trade. So I don't want to come in on Mondays. Oh, the shorts are right. The stock's back down 10. I don't know. I'm not an expert on securities fraud, whatever they're yelling, these guys. But I just look at it. If it's that bad and the fraud is that open, that the stock would be like Silicon Valley Bank. It went from $571 to zero pretty quick. To me, something was bad there, and these guys just buried that stock. Okay? That's what I mean. Don't turn a good trade into a losing trade, because you'll always be miserable about it. And I'll give you one more trading advice. Okay? Try to finish your week on Thursdays trading. You can sit around on Friday and watch it, or just buy 100 shares, but don't try to become a big shot on Friday. Because what happens is, and it's happened to me and most of my friends our whole life, is that when you lose on Friday, you take it home, you're miserable Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Life is too short. It didn't make a difference if I had another $15,000 on Friday. It wasn't going to change my life. I wasn't buying a G4 or something. I wasn't doing anything that I wasn't doing anyway. So it's not going to change your life. So life is too short. Enjoy your weekends with your family. Don't fall into the trap of being a Wall Street rat. Okay? I was a Wall Street rat. And you know what? I wanted to make money every day. I love trading. I would love scalping. I would love to make a quick 10 grand, 15,000, and go out at night and spend it. We all did the same thing. But when you lost on a Friday, it sent you home with such a bad taste. You would get home with such a bad taste on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You don't want to do that. You just, be smart about it. I'm giving you advice that,
Good advice.
I know a lot of we all did the same thing.
It's really good advice, and I think taking your money and spending on something you like is good advice too. It helps your subconscious.
I spent a lot of money on the craziest shit ever, so don't follow me down that rabbit hole. But again, do normal things, It doesn't make you happy spending crazy.
What do you think's going on with all the banks? Is that just beginning, or
listen? The SEC, the banks, the head of the banking association, they need to stop people into panic. So they're going to have to put the ring around the banks and the brokers, saying, "Hey, you can't short these stocks." They're going to do that. The rest of us are going to scream, Anna's going to be kicking and screaming all the way back to D.C. How could you protect the banks and not us? Everyone's going to say the same thing. And you wait till you hear the screaming and yelling from that. When you see Goldman and J.P. Morgan's name on that list, you're going to say, you got to be kidding me. They're at 52-week highs, these companies. We're being destroyed, and you're protecting them. I've seen it happen in 2008. So,
Somebody's asking you about the Wells notice on Alpine.
you know what? I can't get an answer on it. It was all funneled to West Christian. I'm not an attorney. I can't see it. I don't know. A Wells notice is the death blow. My friend out of Miami, who has a lot of SEC attorneys, he does a lot of deals, and he said, if this is all from FINRA and everything, he said that this is going to lead to criminal charges, and people will get arrested at this place.
One person keeps asking, I think you already answered it, but do you think they're going to get a good settlement on MMTLP?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good answer.
I'm I can tell you this. I'm 100% confident that MMTL people are going to come out way ahead. And I don't know how you deal up with that lawsuit, whatever that's going to be. That's got to be I believe the lawsuit is going to be a sealed settlement, and I don't know how you distribute that. I don't know how that's going to work, who's doing what with that. But I do believe that they're going to first settle the stock and settle the lawsuit both at the same time, and the lawsuit will be settled, and it'll be sealed up, and then you'll never hear what happened in West, and no one will be allowed to talk about it. Because I think the names of the short sellers are going to be powerful names, whether it's Citadel or Virtue. That's what I think. They're going to have to hide those names, but they're going to make them pay. They're going to pay, dearly for it, but you won't know the. Like, for example, if everyone in this phone call, go Google anybody who got fined for naked short selling. You never see the names. Goldman just got naked shorted, 60 billion shares of stock. There's not one name of a company in there.
Right.
They never give you the names.
So I had a question. This is my question, so you can say it's stupid if you want to. But I think one solution would be to petition to have the over-the-counter markets removed from the SEC oversight and create a brand new separate regulatory body that's not self-regulation. Just take it away from Gensler. Is that an idiotic idea?
No, listen, this industry has all the money in the world. For them not to be able to settle a trade in real time, like blockchain can, is insane. That just tells you how broken the system is. And they've been robbing people for 35 years that I know of. Okay? You can buy a cup of coffee in Paris on your Visa card. Go back to your hotel room, and it's already been, the currency's been exchanged, and your cup of coffee was paid off, and it's on your statement before you get home. Okay? It's instantaneously. But in the stock market, billions and billions of dollars in transactions, they can't settle. They're open for months, years. No one knows anything. There's naked shorts in the treasury markets everywhere. Now you see it in the banking stocks. It's a virus that these guys have created. They can't fix it. So they have to shut it down slowly. All they have to do is come out and say, if we catch you naked shorting, or you have naked short positions and we catch you, you're going to jail. And just make it. First offense is 1 year minimum. Second is 5. Third is 10 years. End of conversation.
3 strikes, you're out. One guy keeps asking about Alpine. Is it possible that they blame Alpine and then do not cover the fake shares in GTII?
If you think the government is going out of its way to do all this stuff, not to prosecute and find out what's going on, you guys can, anybody on this call that can find an old-time Wall Street person, okay, Alpine's been the biggest crook on the street for 20 years. I think GTII exposed them when the stock screamed to $9. They got caught short. They have no money in their accounts, and they were playing the game with no money. Again, you can't play Wall Street unless you have money, right? I wanted to buy HKD on Friday. I had no money in my account. What am I supposed to say? Hey, Fidelity, do me a favor, buy me 10,000. I'll pay you next Wednesday. That doesn't work. And these guys were playing. You got to remember, on the short side, the loss is infinite. So you realize that the DTC has caught these guys, and they have to go through the legal process to shut them down. And it looks to me like they're picking up the pace and saying enough of these guys. So the rats in GTII will run. I just don't know when they will.
And your feeling is the Kramers have made their money, whatever it is. They're getting ready for lawsuits. They're out of the play. But no one's going to protect the Kramers, right? On Wall Street? Yeah.
No one's ever going to protect these guys. They're the biggest crooks in creation. And that's what it is. I can't tell you anything about that, what they're going to do with these characters, So I'm just looking at Twitter, and the MMTLP crowd is trying to throw me under the bus. Every prediction him struck out with, batting 007, pretty close to the right. They're trying to come after me. Okay, people, I really don't care, so don't bother writing this stuff against me. I did make a call in GameStop, and I challenge anybody anywhere that wants to throw me under the bus making predictions. My batting average is way higher than you can believe. Trust me. Okay? I picked the biggest short squeeze in the last 10 years in GameStop before anybody. All right? So, again,
all this...
I don't really care. Again, MMTLP, I got you on Charlie Payne. Me. You hear that, everybody?
And you brought Patrick Byrne, and you brought Wes Christian.
Forget that. I got you Wes Christian. Okay? So those are 3 things I've done for you. And I went to D.C. and told your story. That's 4 things, and I'm not even invested in the stock. Okay? So for those who think they're going to be smart ass and trying to attack me, I really don't give a shit. So,
and you've helped John Berta. It's...
Listen, I don't care. No big deal. Anyway, next question. Let's move it along.
All right, the next question.
I was brought up on a trading desk, and if you ever worked on a trading desk, we would eat your children alive that were animals, okay? There's nothing you can say to me I could give a rat's ass. I've been trained by animals. My job is to make money, okay? My job wasn't to steal money like the Kramers. My job was to trade and find stocks that were dipping, buy positions, and catch them for the runs back up. Okay, that's what I was trained to do. And you know what? It was a tough business. Some days you lost $1 million, some days you made money. It's all over the place. Okay? It's a tough job. Right? So you have to have tough skin. So doing this for 23 years, I fought short sellers through Twitter and the Raging Bull for 23 years. Okay, so there's nothing you could say I really don't care. So no big deal. Next.
So somebody's asking, and I don't know the price, but it's good because I like the woman. Somebody's asking about the CEO, Linda, I forget her last name, at DBMM. Do you want to say anything?
I've spoken to her. She is one tough cookie, smart as a whip. Okay? She's the one that told me that the Kramers' prime broker was Alpine. She was right on the nose. I reported it to everyone 2 months before the stuff came out from the DTC. She's a wonderful woman. I've spoken to her. Again, I know nothing about the company. She's fought to get this company trading again, to get away from the Kramers and all that nonsense. I can't advise. I know nothing about the company, but she is someone to stand behind because she's a woman of her words. I can tell you that. So if you want to dig into her, good luck. I mean, she's someone that I would stand behind again, but I don't know anything about her company. I don't even know what they do. I have no clue.
Well, I think I agree with you. I think she's a hard fighter, and but the Kramers have killed her stock. So
she told me point blank that she's not quitting until she turns this thing around. And I'm like, I don't even know what it was, but she's the one that I had a 2-hour conversation with her.
So I think I'm running out of questions, unless you have anything more. Oh, somebody wants to know about HKD. He's already talked about HKD.
Again, a hedge fund called me up. He says that was going to be the next Chinese stock they're going to go after. That's all I know. But the hedge funds that I speak to are players. They probably went out and bought 100,000 shares. And they're in the network of, hedge funds have a way of making things happen themselves. So I just try to give you something that you would never get the call on, and just so that people know. People say, did I ever get any good calls on anything? William, what price did I tell people to buy Bed Bath & Beyond one time? Do you remember?
I can't remember, but it was cheap. You made a lot of good calls.
The next 2 days.
Oh, you made so many calls. I missed on most of them, but you made I would say over the last 2 years or so, at least a dozen or 2 dozen calls where you could have made money instantly. But I didn't do it.
No, I'm just saying that. I remember Bed Bath & Beyond. I got a call. There was a big buyer around. I told everyone 3 times. The stock went from $3 to $35 in 2 days. These are things that I hear. I don't like to tell people because people they try to hold it against you. I'm not here to help you make money. It's not my job. Okay. So when I do hear something on it, you make your own decision on it. Once you put the buy button down, that's your problem. I don't know who you are. You can make your own decisions, make your own calls, but that's what I heard. I've been doing this a long time, and I was nice enough to tell you what I heard. Again, I didn't play it myself because I didn't have the money in the account. I'm loaded where I am, and that's where I'm staying. So that's what I'm doing.
Finger could be the next HKD, couldn't it?
You know what? I'm here for that reason. That's my belief. The companies, just go watch the CEO, the videos, what they're doing. This company has got some tremendous fundamentals. And like I said, the shorts don't even care what the company does. They could care less. But when they break, I think you get a game-changing, life-changing squeeze. And GTI, MMTLP, I hope you guys get it there. Again, I don't control anything there. But again, a lot of names, you could throw a dart. People keep telling me BBIG or this one or that one or whatever it was. Or MULN is going to go. But, MULN, you just lost 25. If you had $1, you only got 75 cents left. I mean, these are companies that are not fighting for you. If a company's not fighting for you, then I can't stand with you. Like, you got taken, and you know what? Put your tail between your legs and good luck. What can I tell you? Wolf, I've been hearing great things about Wolf. We heard the stock between 70 and 85 cents. I heard the story on it. It's $1.85. The company paid off the debt. Who is the debt? Yorkville. Go check Yorkville out. They're number 1 on West Christian's naked short selling list. They're number 1 criminals. Okay, they're trapped in that name again, but that's all I know about it. I'm not a Bitcoin guy. I don't even know how the stock works, according to Bitcoin, whether it goes up or down. I just don't know.
There's one guy asking if there's any chance we get completely burned on GTII, and I'll say, of course, there is. Of course,
there's always a chance you can get burnt in GTII. GTI's fought for 2.5 years. Everything you want to know about GTI is all over the place. Take some time and read about what you're doing. And if you feel uncomfortable about anything you're reading in here, ask the questions and someone will address it to you. There's many people that have been here a long time where we watched the stock go to $4.50 on a first squeeze, pushed it all the way back down to 50 cents. Then 50 cents it went to $9. Then $9 back down and back up again. We're bouncing all over the place. Okay? The stocks don't act like that unless there's somebody here trapped on the short side. That is not normal trading activity. And you sit there and you say, well, what proof do you have? Well, we just gave you the proof about Alpine from the depository trust. That should take a lot of your concern away and say, you know what? Maybe these crazy people are right. There is some fraud here. They have proof from the depository trust. It's right there in black and white. We're not making it up. It's right there. So if you think we can get burnt, I agree with you. Any given time, the SEC, you can see what they did to MMTLP, but I do not believe. I think we're going to get our day in the sunshine here, and I think that everything's pointed our way. I told you we burned our boats. We're not going away. We've been here 2.5 years. And you know what? People, if you're here 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 5 months, a year, we've been here longer, 2.5 years. If the people that have been here 2.5 years are not gone when the stock went to 9, you tell me what it means. Okay? Most people, the stock goes from 1 to 9, they're MIA. And I know a lot of people that disappeared. They took their profits and left. And you know what? I knew one guy came back with his tail between his legs. He lost 200, he made 300,000. He lost 200,000. And other names he thought were going to get squeezed, and he got wiped out. And he came back and he bought back in like at $1.50.
So on volume, two questions. One, this guy asked, when will you know in the volume that you should start selling? That's one. My question, just to educate everybody, what would the volume be to convince you that the short selling has started? In my opinion, there's been short covering. There's been no short covering yet.
There's been no short covering yet. The stock will. I expect the stock to start gapping, jumping up 50 cents, 80 cents. Then you're going to see it $2, and the next day it can go up $10 or $20. It's got to start gapping like that. The numbers. We believe the number's 300 million. So let's say we're all crackheads and we're wrong, and it's 50 million. 50 million shares of buying. Like you put a bill in the woman in the pool. You can only hold that balloon underwater for so long. Most people, and I'll give you an example, BRAG has got Lynn Partners shorting the stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the only short seller in that name. Other short sellers are not playing in their sandbox. They're not coming over there. Why? I put it up every day. Knock yourself out. How come no one is shorting that stock? Because Lynn has control of that stock. In GTII, it's Alpine and the Kramers have control of this stock. Once they get pulled away, the landmine or the balloon is going to pop. Do I think other short sellers are going to come and play in the game? No, I don't think they're going to come because it's so out there that there's no one wants to jump in front of a freight train. Okay? Don't ask the guys who were short Volkswagen or GameStop how they all got run over. They'll wait for this thing to sort of look like a rocket running out of fuel, and it starts to teeter, and that's when they'll start shorting it. It may be at 50, it may be at 100, it may be at 500. I don't know. But again, you have to wait. There'll be a sign. But the volume, you don't need volume to start a short squeeze. Like, these stocks go up on air. When they stop selling it, it can
That's
run
it.
It can run up 5 points on 100,000 shares.
When they no longer can sell, when the computer's taken away from them, and that can still happen.
Well, when that happens, like I said, I can see a stock going up 10 points. You can say, it's only up 10 points on 500,000 shares. Where's all this buying? Where's all the big buying? Remember, they're the ones that have to, the prime broker is going to be controlling this buying, not me. Wall Street, so you understand, doesn't trade errors, meaning that when there's a mistake, they cover as fast as they can. Wow, you can sit there. How do you know that? HKD exploded and popped out, 2 days, 3 days? All these other Chinese names that popped recently went to 40, HKD, I forgot the other one, GDC or something like that.
Yeah.
It went to $44. All these names popped in 1.5 days and they were done.
I was trying to avoid this question, but so many people are asking, what about Vocal? What about CRTD?
Well, I can tell you this. People I know are very heavy into VOCL, right? I have a friend of mine who's paralyzed, okay? He's in for $70,000 worth of $70,000 he has invested at 70 cents. My brother-in-law, my daughter owns it. I will make sure that when we do what we have to do in other places, we're coming back to save those people. That's all I can promise you.
Someone here is saying that somewhere on Twitter, someone claimed Alpine has already covered their shorts. There's no way. But anyway.
Yes, they covered their shorts. Yeah, we watch them cover it every day. So just tell someone when they say Alpine covered, when Alpine covers their short, they're concentrated. Now remember, A concentrated short position on Wall Street is enormous. Okay? It doesn't mean 1 million shares. It doesn't mean 5 million shares. Okay? That is enormous. Where did they cover it? And what planet did you see them cover it? We watch every tick every day. We know when they're going to cover. They have not covered a share. They may have rolled it around into different LLCs to make it look like they covered, but it's definitely not covered in the real markets. There's no buying. If anything, they're washing trades back and forth.
Someone's asking you for the impossible. Do you have something at 60 cents that we can go to $9 on?
No, I don't.
Of course not. I
I
think
wish
that.
I wish I could help the people out at CELU. I just don't have the. I'm not
So
Superman.
this is actually a good question, because I think it's the wrong word, but people say, this is the question, when do margin calls come into play? I don't think it's the right question. You're really looking for the buy-in, but it's
Yeah, no, listen, I went on conference calls with 20 people, 40 people for a year, 100 people,
Yeah.
200 people.
Yeah.
And I calculated margin daily, every day. And I posted how much money they were losing every day, going back to when it was 50 million shares or 55 million or 60 million shares. Okay?
Right.
We marked it down every day, and we talked about it every day. We said, how could there not be someone getting a margin call? I used to say at the DTC, when someone's in trouble, the red light goes off. How could the red light not be going off? Well, after 2.5 years, the light went off and Alpine got busted. So we were right. The light went off, someone got busted. I can't tell you who gave them what they did to hide this fraud, but obviously they hid the fraud, and now they're bringing down the powers to be on them. These are the most powerful organization. The DTC is the most powerful organization in the world. They control the U.S. equity markets. Everything that treasuries, the bond, everything that settles, the DTC is in charge of. The most powerful corporation.
Here's a question that I think I know the answer, of course. Someone's saying, can't we just get a whale just to buy and run the stock up? That's
yes, we can. Listen. You want to? The whales come later.
Yeah.
They'll come by themselves.
They come
Once
when it's
they know-
already going. They don't want to
Well,
wait.
listen, there's whales in here already.
Yeah.
If there's 300 million shares short, that means there's 300 million shares that we bought, right?
Right.
That's a pretty big position, 300 million shares, right? So we're long those things already. Whales come when the game begins. When
Exactly.
GameStop is 3 3/4, go look at the volume. It was 1.7 million, 2 million shares. That's a $3 stock. That was the volume, 2 million shares. Okay? Then when it popped to 7, I think it went to 5 or 7 million shares. Okay? That's when it doubled. All right? These guys shorted more into it. That's pitiful, that volume, right? Where are the whales? The whales came in at $100, $200, $300, $350. Who is that guy from California, Palomatu, something like that?
Yeah.
He came in, he bought calls when the stock was, he paid 300, he bought the 350 calls one day. He was near the end. And he squeezed it up 200 points.
Because they want to buy while it's moving. They don't want to wait. That's
exactly right.
They don't want
to come in.
Yeah.
They're fast money whales. They come in. They know they can shake the tree and make it zoom. They're not going to sit here at the beginning and the bottom and say, you know what? You know, if a whale came in here and you guys wanted to buy, you wouldn't even get a chance. That's how fast it would go up.
Well, and the point is also that Wall Street will turn on each other when it starts moving. I mean,
listen, I told you before. We'll eat you young. That's how hard it is. When you can make a quick, $1 million, $2 million, these guys will be all over it in a second.
Yeah.
I'll tell everybody a story about how I got bagged by Fidelity one time. I think it was Fidelity. Don't quote me on it. I'll just say Fidelity, for example. I was on an institutional desk. They came in. They sold me, I think it was 1.5 million shares of the stock that was thinly traded, 90 to 125,000 a day, I think it was. The stock was 21. I bought their positions from them. We used to call it in the hole. I paid $19 for it or something like that. Down a point and a half, something like that. 2 points. It was a big position. I bought it. As soon as I bought it, crossed it, I called the Florida New York Stock Exchange to see what was going on, so start lightening up. Any bids, let me know. I want to sell some, I'm long. Bad news came out. The stock went from $21, $19 after I put the print up. I sold it at $5. The company went out of business 3 days later. So the big fund dropped that cannonball on top of me, and I got blown up. But you know what they did? They came back and paid the commission off every day until they made back the loss.
Wow.
So they knew they stuck me, and that's what happens on Wall Street. They wanted it off their books and gave it to me. So now I was stuck.
But they made you whole over time.
They made it back over time because I was, that's how I got paid. I just got destroyed. But that's what happens. They wanted it off their book. They was nice as pie. Where would you pay for it? I said, how about this price? They said, okay, I lowballed them, and next thing I got killed.
Are banks going to go down when they cover the 300 million shares?
Banks are going to go down?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, people are going to take a beating.
Prime broker or someone.
Listen, Volkswagen, I know the group of hedge funds that lost $30 billion. The German guy lost his whole company, jumped in front of a train. Look at the damage in GameStop. The difference between GTII again and GameStop is that everyone is super educated on it. Okay? GameStop had zero proof. The only proof is what I uncovered in my work. No one has the proof like we have in GTII. No one has it. MMTLP has proof, but it's not trading. Imagine if that was trading. If MMTLP was trading, we'd all be sitting there talking on the phone. Oh my God, the SEC, they're going to come out with the blue sheets. Right. We'd be buying the shit out of it. Everybody on the phone say, buy more, it's going to 200.
It'd be at 10 cents probably because they'd be shorting
it's going to the moon, we'll buy more, right? But you can't buy it. They locked it down.
Yeah.
Okay? The company, you guys wanted it to stop trading in 2 more days, and they shut it down because they knew in 2 days they couldn't cover all those shares, so they had to shut it down.
I had a question, but I forgot it. I can't remember what I was going to ask you, but I think GTII, it's been 2.5 years, basically, almost 2.5 years. That doesn't mean it's going to be another 2.5 years. I mean, these guys are buried in it. And, I know what I was going to ask you, and it goes along with that thought. No ticket is lost on Wall Street. They have to buy it back. And you said something on a call a week or two ago that really rang a bell with me, which is that our markets are secure. In other words, what you were saying is that every trade has to be honored. Every trade has to be honored in our markets. We're not in Timbuktu. I forget your exact words. So, anyway.
But listen, this is a tough game. You win, you lose. I like to use proof. We have the proof. It took a while, but we got the proof. Our eyes, there's professional people here. It's not just me. There's professional people watching this all day long, and we can tell whether they're covering or not. All right? Wall Street's a small place. The word's getting around. I'm not here to make the stock go up so that you can make 25 cents or $1. That's not it. Make your own decisions. I can't tell you if IBM's going up, whether the new software or Microsoft, whatever. You make your own calls on all this stuff. Okay? I can only present the data. We've been presenting the fraud for 2.5 years. And for all the bozos that think we're joking around, we went to the SEC. I went to the FBI. We've done everything we can. We did the whistleblowing reports. We called the SEC. We called them out. We gave the SEC the middle finger. We've done all we can. Okay? The system is fraud. If we don't fight back, all of us together, they're just going to get robbed. Whether it's today, tomorrow, you can laugh and say we're a bunch of clowns, do whatever you want to say. You, your family are going to get robbed, and you're going to lose. Sooner or later, they're going to get you. Okay? You can only skirt around this so much. Just look at the damage. I own Etsy at 130. Boom. 1/3. We're down 30 points in a second. DVA, I own it. Warren Buffett owns it. We're never going to get hurt. Down 10.
Well, if they decide to, they can take down an investment bank in a day.
Look at the banks. They killed Lehman, Bear Stearns. I watched them kill Bear Stearns.
Yeah, and nothing was different.
Silicon Valley Bank, it was $590 to zero.
Yeah.
That was in what, a week?
Yeah.
So they'll catch you sooner or later. You'll have your pension money in there, and you'll be going around someplace else, and you say, "My God, I got wiped out." Okay.
And I think it's an important distinction you make. Both Finger and GTII are for lack of a word, special situations. You're not buying it to trade up 50 cents, get back in.
You make your own decisions. All the stuff is there. GTI is 100% different than Finger. They're two different companies.
Yep.
One's got tremendous fundamentals. One's working into fundamentals. GameStop was going to zero. GameStop got squeezed to 500. Then all of a sudden, what did they do? They raised money, and now they got added to indexes. They're a company in good standing. They're in business. Everything changes when you can raise money. AMC had debt coming all over the place, right? The stock screams. What do? They raised the money, and they paid off their debt. And now they're in better shape.
Yeah.
Look at the beauty of a short squeeze and how it helped all these companies out. Right? That's how it works.
Somebody just said here, when I get my GTII, I'm out of the U.S. market.
Tell them to get in line. That's what we all want to do. It's a complete disgrace. So I'm with you 1,000%. I've actually tried to open an exchange in a faraway land. Trust me, I'm the first guy that wanted out the door years ago. Okay? That's it. You know, when I heard the story about GTII, I couldn't believe that the shorts were shorting a stock below $1. I couldn't believe these idiots.
It is an idiot trade. It's an absolute idiot trade.
There's no one on Wall Street, no hedge fund, no asset manager, nobody would let anybody short this type of size to make pennies. The only person that would do that would be a fraud, and they're using against the debenture. The debentures were paid off, and then once the debentures are paid off, you're trapped. Okay? Now it's down to the stock settlement. We're sitting there saying, okay, we trapped these guys. Where's the stock settlement system? Oh, there isn't. It doesn't exist. So now we have to fight that battle. All right? That's how this all's panning out. We went from one battle to the next battle.
They want me to let you know that Richard, the lawyer that's worked on MMTLP, great work, is listening to you. He's in our chat.
Well, listen, again, the lawyers from MMTLP, they have a case that's earth-shattering that will change the equity markets forever. Okay?
Yeah.
They know what they have in their hands. They know this is a monster. They caught the regulators, and whoever did the Freedom of Information made the lawyers work 1,000 times easier. I've been doing this 23 years. I've never heard anything or seen anything from a regulator telling us how they feel about a situation or what evidence of proof they've had. None. Pat Burns spent $30 million on litigation against Goldman and Merrill, and all he got was a piece of paper saying that Goldman makes 75% of their money from stock loan. That was it. He had no proof, nothing, zero. That was it. That was his whole case. He broke even. They settled with him. He spent $30 million, and he got back $30 million, and he walked away. But guess what he did? He squeezed the stock from 3 to 128. So Pat Burns won. Pat Burns' job was not here to save the rest of the world. And it's not my job either. I hope the people in the banks who own bank stocks, I hope they all get ripped off and destroyed, and the banking industry and all the investors stand up and join with us in fighting to stop this fraud. Because if you don't stop it, okay, you're just going to continue to get robbed. They're going to rob you, your kids, and your grandkids. Just think about that. When you need a cancer drug and a cancer company that was working on cures out of business, tell me about it when you're dying, how you're going to feel, saying, oh my God, Northwest Bio could have saved my life. CVM could have saved me from head, neck, and throat cancer. And by the way, a friend of mine, I never knew what it was. until a friend of mine had it and they cut half his jaw out and half his tongue out. That's how deadly this stuff is. And, we think about it, guy's got a $2 stock, and that's what he's been fighting for, and he can't get going because they keep shitting on him.
It's just
But when
awful.
when it's your turn and your family member is sick, God forbid, and you're sitting here saying, praying, how do I get some help for this thing? And now you have the opportunity now. So for all the bullshit people that want to piss on us for fighting, all right, go take a walk. They should be the first person to have a family member sick and dying. I want to see them squirm. All right? That's what this is about. I'm not your friend. I'm here to expose the fraud and help you out. You don't want to listen to me? Don't listen. I don't give a shit. Anyway, listen, have a great night, and I'm going to go watch television.
Ham, thank you very much. You've been terrific, and your information, I would have died for it when I was on Wall Street. People don't know how generous and how valuable what you say is, so thank you.
No problem. Have a great night.
All right, good night. All right, so Ziggy, thanks for listening the whole way. You're welcome, AC, and thanks to everybody. I'm sorry the technology didn't work with the call. Initially, I think it was space call, but I think what happened for Ham's call is I can't maybe do this. He had called in on my phone, and maybe when I ask for a mic on space call, I can't be on a phone call at the same time. So on the second call, it might have been my fault, which might have happened in the first instance, the earlier call, if it had gotten that far. But the earlier call, nobody could open a space. So next time I'll have a second phone and we'll make it work. But anyway, put it on me. And I hope you enjoyed my pump and dump today. Just kidding. Just kidding. I know when I was young and they trained us, oh God, the training. The bells. But anyway, one thing we were taught is never make a joke about money. But I don't know. Sometimes that's all that's left is to make a joke. All right, so Hamster wants me to call him back in a while, but we can go a little bit. I'd like to finish it up a little bit in case there's some questions. Jeff was asking about, and Jeff, I got your sense of humor, and I didn't like it very much. The 100,000 buyers, I didn't get to, he chopped off so quickly, but I do know the answer. An answer. It's not so much all that buying at once. What is the steady buying, the distribution, is just destroying the Kramers. I think it already killed the Kramers' financial account, although they probably stole money and put it offshore. But I think I don't know what to call it, the position was taken over by Alpine. Anthony Wilson needs his mod removed. Mod. All right, I don't know. I haven't been, that's the first time I saw that. Although now that I'm reading it, I think maybe there was something, it's not moving. Pay me my money. Joking is, I think joking is what, but, some people don't have a sense of humor. And I don't know what to say about for them. But as soon as you find out someone doesn't have a sense of humor, don't make a joke. Yeah, Jeff, I do enjoy your dry, can I call it wit, or is it just, anyway, you manage, you must have been the guy in the back of the class that made everyone laugh sometimes, but I like it. I've always enjoyed good senses of humor, and they can be all different kinds. But I think Washington ended up winning this game. I want to find out. Yeah, they came back. It was 8-5. They came back to win at 9-5. What happened? Someone must have hit a grand slam. A slammerino. Yeah, it looks like it was this old guy. Pretty cool. Maybe Washington has a team again. All right, so JM Photography, I'm telling you all, watch Kodak on Tuesday night. Last earnings was 215 year-over-year net. She's back. Good price action plus usual option activity. Thank you. Yeah, it's the volume's falling. The number of people watching is really dropping off. So maybe it's time to dance. It was up, I think, I don't remember. The high was maybe 460, 470. Might have been higher, 490. I don't know. When I say that number, I'm saying it because I think I saw it, but I might not have. So don't hold me to it. There was a really good mod here that put Arses in timeout, but he got kicked for some. I don't know which one that was, Ziggy, but I was reluctant to change mods. Then I did, and then I did it. I don't know. I'm pretty loyal to the mods, but I'll try to fix it, whatever you guys are saying. Well, I think that's right, William Tuck Keating, Realtor. Yes, is my answer. They could put a floor there. The other way they may just come and say, here's $20 or here's $50. Take it or leave it. They could do that. What you have working in your favor are these, as someone was pushing for an answer, the whales in MMTLP, they're not going to settle for low numbers, and they're not going to abandon you either. They're not going to abandon you. I don't like Anthony Wilson very much. Are you picking up on Jeff's humor? Oh, Ziggy, it was a joke. Okay, Ziggy. You can. Ziggy's saying, you don't have a very good sense of humor if you didn't get it. Well, Kodak got crushed. Nats are scrappy, and they got some good players. My expectations for GTII are not very good for this week. That's your question for this week. I think they're going to keep the pressure on. I don't think it's going to go down, though. But I think they're going to try to get it under $1 and scare you. I think they're in trouble. I would guess they're going to be successful at keeping it in this exact price range all week. What could change that? 1-800-LAW FIRM. But if that gets extended, all of you guys are going to go, oh, and maybe they'll try to get it down. The Treno mine could change that. But what you're looking for, right now, this is all fake volume. It's all fraud. So what you're going to look for is when they push it down too far one day, and all these little pickpockets get caught out, and on that one day they push it a little bit too far, all of a sudden it's up and it closes at new highs on volume. That's the turn. and it'll come. It might come this week. It'll come. I thought it was going to be a week ago, but it'll come. All of a sudden, I don't know where. I can't predict where the very low will be. They're going to try to get it lower. I don't think they're going to be successful, but let's just pick a number. I think it closed at 141. I don't know, and I'm not going to look because I'm just too tired. But let's say Tuesday, they're able to get it down to, 133 on volume. But then all of a sudden, it turns toward the end of the day, and it closes at 155 on 1 million shares, 3 million shares, even 750,000. If it turns all of a sudden and closes in the green, that's the sign you're looking for, and then you could see a run for several days, for several weeks. And at some point in GTI, the Kramers no longer have the ability to idiotically flood the market with sells, in my judgment, because I think Alpine took over their accounts. Who are they going to do it with? Those 6 clients on Long Island that they go to services with? I don't know. Will they trust them again? I don't know. But I don't think anyone, they're under investigation. I don't think anyone's going to let them sell. Right now, Alpine can't do it, John Hurry and his wife. But there is this group out of Switzerland, apparently, 19 million shares. Maybe they're giving incentive to some of these little pickpockets to come try to pickpocket your money. But this is weak. You're talking dregs. It's always been bottom of the barrel, but now you're getting down, where the weevils. You're getting down to the least of the weevils. And I just don't see it lasting much longer. So yes, we can anguish. Oh God, what's going to happen to GTII? It's going to go lower. What I suggest is just accept the fact that they're going to be able to drive it lower. How much, we don't know. Just accept it. This is their course of action. This is their genius that they've brought upon the world. This is their skill to be criminals. But they're out of powder. No one's going to help them. They can't short another 300 million shares. It just doesn't exist. They're trying to get you to give up, but you're not going to. Maybe 1 or 2 will, maybe a bunch will. It's all right. The cure for low prices is low prices. At some point, the buyers will come in. And I just wouldn't watch it day by day by day by day. And that's partly why I tried to have a call on GoLogic, a stock that I think you could buy 100 shares of. Or like an idiot, I bought 500. Why I say I was an idiot, I sold some GTII to do it on Friday. And at the lows, I didn't make any, I lost money on that. But I did it. Why? It'll give me something to watch for the next, I would say 1, 2, 4 weeks of GoLogic. And GoLogic could pop up out of $2 and go to 20 in 24 hours. It could go to 100, 80. And I don't have very much. But if it went, hey, I'd feel good about that. It's not a stock the Kramers are involved in. It's not a stock that's what's the one Jeff Easton's involved in. So it's a distraction. It's something to play with, so I don't have to obsess about GTII. Obviously, whoever on Twitter said that I had sold and pumped and dumped and all that doesn't know what he's talking about. But wouldn't that have been great? I would have been a genius if I had known that those guys were going to come and pull the rug out from under GTII to get everybody to go into COSM on false premises. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know, which is one way. Maybe they did. I don't know. But I didn't know that was going to happen. But now I look back, I would have been a genius. But I didn't do that. So anyway, look, everyone out there, just like Cam says, is trying to make money. They all want to take your money. They all want to do a trade against you. You don't. There's not a single one of you that can call those guys that inhabit New York City and its environs and say, "Hey, you screwed me. You owe me one, bud. And if you don't get it back to me, I'm going to call so-and-so over at so-and-so and so-and-so, and they're going to make sure you don't get any more orders from so-and-so all of your career." And, you know, there's a lot of quid pro quo, nod as a wink up there. But this drive down of GTII over the last 2 weeks is all fraud. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. And it's coincidental to 19 million shares that need to buy back. What is the pattern? They call up Cosmo. "Hey, we can give you money." The stock, well, then Cosmo says, "Well, it's $24. Well, we'll give it to you at 11. Look at the risk we're taking." Okay, done. Boom. And then the selling continues. Well, GTII, they're hoping GTII. Hey, we'll buy 20 million shares from you, and the stock's right now 141. I know, but it was $3. No, it's 141 now, and we'll buy it from you because there's risk. We'll pay you 75 cents. That's what they're hoping for. GTI's not going to do it. GTI is not COSM. GTII is not CLNV. GTII is not AMC. GTII is not GME. They're not going to do the deal. So they keep pressing it down, thinking they're going to, you know, that what? The answer is going to change as the price goes down? No way. It's not. It's not. So there'll be buyers coming in, and good on them. There's an aspect around the body of the stock. There's these pickpockets taking your money, boom, 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 on the way down. They take 500, 1,000, 10,000 a day, if they're lucky. And they close out the position. But as soon as it runs, they'll run away from their LLCs. They'll leave it on the prime broker. They'll retreat into the woodwork. Their names won't be out there. They'll spread FUD on some other stock. And they'll get away with it. Why? Because Gary Gensler doesn't care. Gary Gensler does not enforce the United States securities laws, the U.S. Securities Act of 1933 and of 1934, Gary Gensler does not enforce. But he wants to go claim crypto is a commodity, not a security. I don't know what. He was talking out of both sides of his mouth at the hearing. But if it's got a hot chick, he'll go after that one. It'll get him some publicity. So, what are you left with? You work with a company that's fighting for your side. If GTII were COSM, they would have already taken 30 million from the criminals. They would have already taken 40 million from the criminals. They're not. And I'm not judging anybody. CEOs have to make their own decisions. You have to decide whether that was in good faith. I'm not here. But all you need to know is there's no confusion on this CEO at GTII. He's not confused that when the phone call comes, that the person on the other side is a friend of his, that they're going to give money to help him out. He knows the color of their money. He's not going to do the deal. So the criminals, whatever the number is, I think it's 300, 325, 350, millions. They keep selling more. How's that going to solve their problem? How is that going to solve the problem for the criminals? Sell more? Are they going to drive the company out of business? No. Before the Pied Pipers came over, the warrants were working around October, November in GTII. GTII raised over $3 million. They can survive on that. It would have been better if we had stayed there, keeping the pressure on, and those same Pied Pipers would have made a lot of money. Anyway, people make their choices. I get frustrated because it hurt you, and everybody's calm about it. Okay, but I didn't want it to hurt you. I think right now you'd already be having a success. So I keep bringing it up. I should let it go. I know it's America. That's yesterday. What are we going to do today? Well, the problem is I have to sit here and convince you, not that I know what I'm talking about, not that I'm pumping, but that the criminals don't have a way out. They have one way out. An asteroid hits New York City. Joe Biden starts a war and closes the United States financial markets for 5 years. Ken Griffin says, hey, Kurt Kramer, it was nice to meet you. I'll help you out. I'm going to sell 1 billion of these shares down to a penny. Well, good luck with that. Goldman Sachs says, you know what, Kurt? We want to hire you and your crew. We want to build a building for you down in Miami. We're going to call it Kramer and Kramer because we're just so grateful to you. You're so talented. You know what, Kurt Kramer? On all of Wall Street, there's nobody more talented or smarter than you are. And we're Goldman Sachs. We never thought of doing what you're doing, so we're going to hire you. We'll rescue you. These guys are playing on your fear. I'm not saying I'm right. There's risk everywhere. They're playing on your fear. They've done it for 2.5 years in GTII. They're doing it to some more companies over here in Alexandria. They did it to DBIM. They did it to HPIL. They're going to keep doing it until Gary Gensler enforces the laws on the over-the-counter markets, and he's not going to. He violates his oath of office. And he's like the other guys I just was talking about last year. Does Gary Gensler do it because he's doing it on purpose or he doesn't know better? Which one's scarier? I don't know. But the fact is, evidence is, Gary Gensler does not enforce securities laws on over-the-counter stocks. And if, as his organization has done against the Kramers, he slaps them on the wrists and said, hey, you didn't do anything. Keep going out there. Keep being a source of commission for Goldman Sachs' prime broker. All right, so I'm going to have to go because I'm getting 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes because I haven't been watching you. I'll see if there's anything else out here. Yeah, mentally prepare for it, but they're not going to be able to win. They're not going to be able to win. I don't know what you didn't want me to say, Lion, but I said it, whatever it was, and until I know what it was, I can't really take it back. Well, yeah, and by the way, all those CEOs may or may not made the right decision. The only one that took money out in size was COSM, so maybe he did make some good decisions. But the fact is, they have competing demands on what they're supposed to do. And if they don't understand this, I think once they do understand it, it's malpractice not to fight it. But if they don't understand it, their job isn't to make a short squeeze. So, we're asking a lot. I'm asking a lot of integrity from people that have competing demands. I see one aspect of integrity, they see another. So it's life is such. On HNRC, I don't know where the stock's trading, but last Friday the dividend went ex-dividend for $1.75. You're going to, of course, you don't believe it because FINRA's against you, SEC's against you, the whole system's against you. I get that. I get it. But May 26th, I think it is. If I'm wrong, it's right around then. You're going to get a $1.75 dividend per share of WHDI restricted. I think it's great that it's restricted shares, because if it weren't restricted, everybody would be dumping the stock all at the same time. WHDI is telecommunications, it's AI matched to food service. Does that sound familiar from the last space call, whatever the name of that company was that had a contract with Carl Jr. Hamburgers? And it's one other technology thing. As far as I can tell, they've priced that $1.75 dividend at acquisition cost. I'm not an accountant. The wording is a little bit, they don't come out and say it that way, so I could be wrong. But the $1.75 could be low, it could be high, it could go higher. The stock could go down, it could go higher. But if you paid 26 cents, I think I paid 30 some cents. It's down at 16 cents. You lose 20 cents on the trade. You pick up $1.75. Oh, it's restricted. It's all a fraud. It's restricted. Well, okay, it's restricted. So maybe you get out of it at 50 cents. And you get out of this with a 20-cent loss. You end up with a 30-cent profit. That's HNRC as it relates to that dividend. HNRC has 3 oil projects going on. None of them, to me, are the earth-shaking kind of projects that I would look for as a next bridge. Yet they have cash flow. They're predictable. And they have been third-party engineered. At least one of them was done at $60 oil. The net of those 3 oil and gas projects that they own is worth $1.55 a share. You can say, hey, that's BS. That makes no sense. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Stock's trading at 16 cents. The CEO can go to prison for putting out that the oil and gas assets are $1.50 a share. It's up to you. The problem is for all of you. There is no research in the over-the-counter market. The brokerage firms, the Goldman Sachs, the rest of them, they want you to be ill-informed, because this is where they crime. This is where they short. This is where they make their revenues. They don't want you to have confidence, because they got big glossy brochures, and we're Merrill Lynch, we're Goldman Sachs. Why don't you we'll sell that, we'll get out of HNRC. And we'll put it in the Merrill Lynch Asset Management Science AI Trust Bust Fund, and we'll make sure you should get 7% a year and maybe a little bit better. Oh, where do I sign up? Well, here, sign here, and if you come out in the first 3 years, you're going to have to pay a 5% penalty. Why is that a good deal? But the thing is, in the over-the-counter market, you have no confidence. You see what happened to MMTLP. What did popcorn do to you in AMC? What did they do to you in COSM? Round trip, up and back. And you're like, I want out. I can't trust this. So when you see HNRC trading for 15 cents and the CEO says that the assets are worth 10 times that, you say, oh, that's crap. I trust my broker at Morgan Stanley. He tells me I can get into the Tiger 19 income opportunity fund at 5 or 6% with an equity kicker, and I just have to wait 10 years and it's going to be all great. I think I'll go do that. When the people that are lying to you are the banks and the system. The people that are lying to you are the shorts. Now, I'm not saying that I can protect you from that. I can't. And I can't protect you from buying HNRC and, maybe the guy is a criminal. I can't protect you from that. But when I listen to him, I want to fall asleep. But you know what I'm confident in? He's a financial guy. He's sponsoring SPACs. He's accumulating what I think you should be accumulating: oil and gas, hard assets, farmland, kumquat trees, anything but the paper they give you on Wall Street. Anything but the paper crap they give you on Wall Street. Layered up with fees, leveraged on the other. I saw the best description of it: shared wealth. They have you. Would you move into an apartment that someone already was living in? That's what they're doing. They're asking you to live in an apartment that somebody else is living in, and then they're bringing another family in, and there might be another family coming in from out of town. They're making you live on the same piece of paper in the financial markets. That's what they're doing. And then you look at HNRC and you go, oh, God, I paid 26 and it's 16. Oh, my God, that's terrible. The thing is, in the meantime, if you paid 26 before that last Thursday or Wednesday, whatever day it was, you just earned $1.75 dividend in a publicly traded stock. Oh, that's not possible. There's no Merrill Lynch research that says so. There's no Morgan Stanley research note that says so. So it's got to be a lie. Oh, and look what they did with MMTLP. And they promised this dividend in December, and now it's May. And FINRA came out, approved it, said that the X date is Friday and that May 26th it's going to be delivered. But that's got to be a lie too, because it doesn't come on Bank of America's research report. I personally think if you're not comfortable with HNRC, sell it Monday morning. Sell it. I can't give you specific advice, but I'm not telling you to hold on to it. Get out of it Monday. But you earned, depending if you got it before that ex-dividend date, you've earned $1.75 distribution of the WHDI stock. It is restricted. So by the time they lift the restriction, it could plummet from 175 if you want to get out the same time everybody else gets out. It might go down to 17 cents. But if that's what you want, you'll have that liquidity, get out, and then you break even on the trade and go put your money with I don't know, Charles Schwab real estate, REIT income bust fund. and hope it works out. But I'm telling you that, to my eyes, and I could be wrong, the guy, I can't protect you from fraud. I cannot do that. But from what I read, it makes logical sense to me that he's distributing his non-core assets. Has he valued them properly? Who knows? He says he's gonna uplist it. Is it going to be the NYSE or NASDAQ? I don't know. Will the shorts come in and hurt him? Maybe. And I'm going to try to reach him to warn him not to do a reverse split. He also, by the way, there's rumors he's going to put out a 30-cent cash dividend in the second quarter. It's a rumor. I can't prove it. But hey, I know you're burned. 16 cents on HNRC. You paid 30. You don't trust the dividend. Do you understand when the dividend is distributed, the value of the stock goes down by the amount of the dividend? In this case, it would have to go negative $1.50. Anyway, that's enough on HNRC. Yeah, I got to eat something. Hey, Jenny L., you're the best. You're the best, Jenny L. Let me just see if... I don't... Dustin Wright, Ham gave you a number that he just threw out. He thinks you're going to get a good number. I think the insiders, the 4 or 5 people that have a S-load of MMTLP, are going to make sure you get a high number. But, you know, if people are going to upset, Ham's not going to care about that. Jenny, I'm not ignoring you. I see you now. I didn't see it before. I just, the 2 comments you just made, I just saw. Yeah, I think Skydog, MMTLP, the reason I think it's going to come to an end, skeptically, is that the attorney, Mark Belisle, he filed something that the judge delayed, and in my understanding it's May 29th. What he filed is a reasonable request that he's entitled to. I think it's terrific that he did it. They don't want discovery. They don't want their names out there. So there's going to be a hurry to settle up. Yeah, I know. All right. I gotta, it's 9/11. No more questions. All right. So anyway, Jenny, thank you very much. Everybody else, thank you very much. My thanks to Anna, who's probably not here, but she tried to vainly and gloriously to get a space call going, but I think it was my phone was the problem. And Abdul Razik, Ham wants me to call. What you missed on GTII is that the criminals are shorting it. We can't protect you from fraud. Wes Christian is moving forward on his lawsuit. There's still 19 million shares out that there needs to cover. 1-800 law firm is still out there. It's running up against a deadline of May 15th. There's a possibility of the Trento mines. What you have different here than other companies is GTII is not going to accept a deal to help out the criminals. Alpine is going down. You have proof in Alpine. No other situation that Ham has ever seen has proof like you see with Alpine. Concentrated position in Alpine means big, big, big numbers. All right, so I've got to go. Peace, love, and happiness, and cheers to everybody.